And with that, I'll welcome you to the workshop on seasonal forecasting for the weather-driven energy system. Thanking my local hosts, Chris O'Reilly and David Brayshaw, for graciously hosting us here at the University of Reading, one of the epicenters of seasonal forecasting, which is also why this place obviously had to be here. I'm Gregor Giebel. I'm the operating agent of the IEA task for wind power forecasting and now for forecasting for the weather-driven energy system. I will be showing a few slides later on. We're having quite an agenda today. We'll start with a keynote from David, then have a little networking break. Then we go into some forecasting techniques of these S2S forecasting, followed by another break, and something I'm also looking forward to, coming from the wind sector, learning about how are the solar guys and the hydropower people actually using those seasonal forecasts, including a few more presentations. We're going to have about a bit less than half of the presentations virtually. And that's why we have some of the US presentations this afternoon, because obviously for them that's much more convenient. Then I hope you had a conversation or had replied to the mail from Chris about the pub dinner tonight. It's going to be self-paid. Most of you should be on some sort of per diem anyway, so that hopefully it's okay that this isn't taken by the task itself. The rest, lunches and coffee breaks and so on, are invitation by the task. And allegedly they also show football, so if you want to stay a bit longer and watch Madrid lose or whatever ticket you fancy, then that should be possible. Then I, in the plane, didn't have the time to do all the agenda, but I will have that until tomorrow. So a very short introduction. Many of you have seen me giving this introduction before, but I see some new faces here that might be interested in how that actually came to be. The International Energy Agency was created in the 1970s as a counterweight for the oil shock by the OECD countries, so by the oil-using countries. And in the US, you had these long queues at the petrol station. In Europe, you had car-free Sundays as a mitigation, as a quick mitigation measure, but it should become a longer run opportunity. And so among there's the political organization headed by Fatih Birol, who's generally often in the media and who's doing more the intergovernmental discussions. But there's also technology collaboration networks. There's about 43 or so of them. These ones are the ones from the renewable grouping, and wind is one of them. We actually a relatively large one. The wind TCP contains about 80% or so of all installed capacity, wind capacity worldwide. And then below that, there are certain tasks for specific collaborations, like LiDARs, like forecasting, downwind turbines, airborne wind energy, all sorts of stuff. So seasonal predictions also use this data flow of numerical weather prediction, then putting that through some kind of a power curve, tuned by online data and giving that to the end users, grid or trading. And that also defines sort of who are the stakeholders here in our group. Meteorologists on the one side, forecasting service companies in the center, and then the end users on the other side. And that's just examples. There's plenty more that are filling that mailing list that I'm keeping. And if you want to be there, then tell me and I'll put you on. But I think most of you are already. So we had two phases where we were called forecasting for wind energy. For the wind energy technology specific TCP, that was a very, very obvious thing. But after the second phase, we needed and we also wanted to do a bit of a redefinition. And we had a long discussion, and essentially wind isn't going to cut it alone in the future energy system. There's going to be solar, there's going to be other technologies. So, and in the end, power is only one part of it. So we're going over to an energy system that also includes heat and transport and cooling and all sorts of other uses. So we reframed ourselves as forecasting for the weather-driven energy system. And that also means that we are trying to branch out much broader. What we also did was we instituted 13 work streams that sort of span the work packages that are more according to the stakeholders. And currently we're in the third work stream. The setup of that IEA task is so that we're having a virtual meeting in the winter and a in-person gathering in summer, where we're trying to have a public workshop and a quick task meeting afterwards. So the task meeting this time is going to be on Friday. Some of you will attend, so most will not. That's fine. And the workshops, we had one in Dublin on state-of-the-art and research gaps, which we still need to report on. We are having this workshop here. Next year, we plan the opposite end of the time scale, minute scale forecasting. That's probably together with the wind farm control people, with LiDAR people, but also with the solar task, because for them, the very solar specific time scale is the one that you can see from an all-sky imager, and then that's affecting within half an hour or so. And then there's a lot of other work streams that we are not covering so much in detail. I just want to show one of the major results that the task had over its first 6 years, and that's this book, the recommended practice for the implementation of renewable energy forecasting solutions. It was partly born out of seeing the need that there were new entrants coming into the market all the time, wanting forecasting products, but they didn't really have anywhere to go to in terms of education. So how do I go about it? And this is a relatively step-by-step guidebook on how to actually procure your next forecasting system, how to evaluate it, how to make your thoughts processes in what do I actually need? Do I just need something that's tuned for RMSE, or do I need something that's having a different evaluation procedure? And then there's a new part for the second edition, which is this one, that also looks into if I have online measurements in my wind park or solar park, how should they look? Yeah, and with that, I think I'm stopping here as this very short overview. There are lots of other things, games for decision making, which is fun too, but we don't really have one for the seasonal scale. So yeah, as mentioned, if you want to collaborate, drop me a mail and I'll put you on the mailing list. And with that, I leave the word to David.
Fantastic, thank you. Well, hello, welcome. So I just want, before I start, I just want to say a big thank you. First to John and Gregor for asking me to be involved in this. It's great to be able to do this, but also to Chris, Catherine, but Chris in particular, who's sort of taken over. I said Chris, can you help us organise this? And Chris has basically done all the hard work. So very big thanks to Chris for taking that on and making such a good show of it. So thank you, Chris. So one of my roles here is I'm head of department in this building. So I did want to also just say a bit of a welcome from the department. So for those of you who don't know Reading that well, we're a fairly large department. We have about 200 academic and research staff, about 150 or so students across different levels, undergraduate, masters, PhD. About 60 of those are PhD students at any one time. We have large parts of various different bits of national capability here. So we have a group from NCEO, National Centre for Earth Observation, a group from National Centre for Atmospheric Science. We have part of the Met Office, and we also have, hopefully soon, ECMF will be relocating the headquarters onto the campus in the next few years. I think once it's there, I think apparently there's going to be the largest cluster in the world, I think, of weather and climate research scientists in one space. So we're pretty much, yeah, we're pretty good on weather and climate here. Within the group beyond sort of head of department, which is a job I didn't run away from fast enough, I run the Energy Meteorology Research Group, and we founded this about a decade or so ago. And basically the primary job of this is about taking weather and climate information into different energy applications, be that sort of short range forecasting, subseasonal and seasonal forecasting we're speaking about today, climate change projections, the whole gamut really. It's about getting that weather and climate information through into understanding how it actually impacts energy as opposed to just the weather itself. So with that, I did want to put a little bit of a rider onto this stuff. You guys asked me to talk a little about the history and the background of S2S. So it's S2S rather than just seasonal is one thing I hope is okay. The other part is that I'm not really an expert on subseasonal forecasting myself. I'm more about the use of these data sets into other applications. There's probably others in this room who know far more about S2S forecasting itself than I do. But this is kind of hopefully gives you a bit of an overview of it. It borrows quite heavily on the slides from I do a climate impact modelling and climate services course, and that we teach to our MSc students here. So quite a bit of the introductory stuff on the origins of S2S, where it comes from, how it works, is borrowed from those slides. So my apology if it feels a bit introductory. I wasn't quite sure what level to pitch this at, because I think this is a fairly new area still for the IEA task. Is that right? So I wasn't quite sure where to pitch this at. So apology if it feels a little bit basic, particularly the opening sections. And I'm massively indebted to these really excellent books. If anyone is trying to get into subseasonal forecasting, understand kind of how it works and what the basics, what the state of the art is, then I highly recommend this book. We've written a few years ago now, and it's edited by Andrew Robertson, Fröhlich, and it's a fantastic resource. And it's essentially the bit that I borrowed large chunks of for this section of my course. So yeah, there'll be quite a few figures coming from this book. So that's kind of essentially the talk, such as it is going to break into two parts. First part is the origin and history of S2S, kind of the background stuff, kind of where it is, where it comes from. Then I also asked to speak a little about cases and things. So this is work we've done involved in a number of different projects, the most notable of which is S2S4E, subseasonal seasonal forecasting for energy. Trying to answer a few questions. Kind of, to what extent are current generations subseasonal forecasts able to actually produce skillful forecasts for energy? Can that skill be enhanced with various different techniques, particularly focusing on pattern forecasting, conditional forecasting, and we're going to mention sequential learning. I'm going to leave the punchline to Paula this afternoon on essentially machine learning to combine different models and different sources of predictive skill. But finally, I do want to think a little bit. I think this IEA task kind of really speaks to this kind of thing. It's about this kind of the chain. It's all well and good to produce skillful forecasts, but the forecast of something isn't actually what you want. What you want to make a decision with that and generate some value, improve that decision in some way. So a big part of our work in my group is trying to push that envelope of what we consider meteorology, if you like, getting that notch on to thinking about, rather than just thinking about skill, can I predict millimeters per day, to think about, can I actually change the decision, and what does that mean in pounds, or what does that mean in some targets being met, or so forth. So to sort of push that envelope a little bit down the chain a little bit. So let's start kick off. So kind of the background. So why S2S? Where did it come from? Why is it here? I guess there's two parts to this. So the first is kind of a push part. It's because we can. It's because we've started to identify skill at longer and longer ranges. So I mean, we're probably all familiar with this, particularly from the sort of weather forecasting community. This idea of gaining a day's predictability per decade. So essentially, what that means is that if you look at these graphs, I think from these more consistent is a correlation with the Z500, the different 5 millibars. Across different forecasts, we have the northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere in each one of the lines. But roughly, a 7 days ahead forecast in 2017 is as good as a 5 day ahead forecast in 1997, roughly. So gain a day's worth of predictability roughly every decade. So let's kind of push the envelope out about what we consider forecastable in sort of weather forecast terms, I guess. So the question is kind of, well, how far does that go? How far can we get with that? The second part is kind of a pull aspect, and it's kind of, I think, linked to that. It's kind of, well, if we had a good forecast for 3 weeks ahead, 4 weeks ahead, a month ahead, season ahead, then, oh, look, there are decisions we could make better with it. So it's kind of, we would like to have that information. We want to sort of pull it through to making decisions. There's a really nice paper by Chris White, sort of reviewed many of the applications. He recently did an update, I think it was last year, 2020. 2021 or 2022, I can't remember. This comes from the earlier work. Essentially, there's a bunch of things that kind of influence on long range predictability. There's a bunch of things that are affected on shorter range, kind of day ahead, or a few days ahead kind of timescales. But there's a bunch of things we can do and start taking decisions to mitigate risk, mitigate climate risk, mitigate weather risk, weeks in the weeks ahead. So things we identified were financial risk strategies, loss scenarios, peak energy demand scenarios, preposition of disaster response materials, water allocations, water conservation practices, are things you can start, decisions and planning you start to do at this longer range. So it's both the kind of, there's these two elements. One is that it's because we can, and because we start to see predictability at these kind of timescales. That's kind of the push from the science, if you like. And there's the pull from the user saying, well, actually, there's a bunch of things we could do with this forecast if we had it. Now, that sounds great, but those gears don't always mesh quite as nicely as you might think. And that's kind of the story of most of our work in this space. But essentially, that's why it became a thing, an area of interest. But the problem is that historically, S2S has been this kind of predictability desert between things we can predict at the short range and things we can predict at the long range. So, hopefully you're all familiar with the concepts of initial condition and boundary condition predictability. So hopefully that makes sense. So if we sort of put this, here's the sort of spectrum of different kind of forecasting techniques, different kind of forecasting time range. We have things in the here and now, hours and days ahead, more or less nowcasting. We have the longer term climate change projections, 2100, greenhouse gases increase. And we have a bunch of stuff in the middle, which is our S2S. It could include decay in that as well. Essentially, the problem is that well, the one at the sort of short range, we're very much dealing with the initial condition type of predictability problem. So I try to illustrate this to my students with kind of a pinboard analogy. So you're sort of dropping the balls at the top, and bounce down the pins, and they fall into the buckets at the bottom. But your initial condition problem in that paradigm is saying, well, I want to know where that ball goes. Where does that ball go next? And things that help me are knowing exactly its position, knowing exactly its velocity, knowing whether it's got spin, knowing whether it's a perfectly weighted on all sides. It's essentially it's knowledge about the starting state is what gives you my opinion. That's typical.
Yeah. That was on there the other day. Probably, who makes that up?
My new microphone, please.
Yeah, there's a couple of like similar ones, but I think yeah, I don't know.
Hope people can still hear. So it's essentially things about knowing your starting state is what dictates your predictability. On the other end, the climate prediction end is kind of quite simple. Again, you're sort of kicking the system, give it more carbon dioxide, and seeing what the response is. So predictability comes from being able to tell the difference between our kick state and our unkick state. So you think of this in terms of this pinball kind of analogy. We're tilting the board, and we're seeing how the balls fall down differently, given we've tilted the boundary conditions to apply the kick to the system. The problem is for S2S range is you've kind of gone beyond the range of initial condition predictability in the atmosphere, certainly the lower part of the atmosphere. So you've got no initial condition predictability left in the atmosphere. And then there's very little coming from the boundary conditions as yet because they haven't given it long enough for the kick to have an effect. You're sort of stuck in this space between where you're relying on you're in this kind of mixed space. Where you are is to get the predictability out, you're relying on initial condition predictability of slowly evolving parts of the climate system. So things like the ocean, things like the stratosphere evolve over timescales of weeks, months, years, decades. So for them, it's an initial condition predictability problem. You know something now, you know something about what the future holds. But for the fast evolving parts, in particular the troposphere, it's a boundary condition problem. It's the extent to which these slowly evolving parts influence the boundary conditions of the fast evolving part. So in this kind of mixed space. So that's why it becomes challenging, because it requires all these components to be modeled, these components to be observed and assimilated to get your initial conditions in these slow evolving parts. And to be able to evolve that coupled system is kind of really where the challenge lies. That said, I think over the last decade or so, again, this year I defer to the experts, the last decade or so, there's been a lot of progress in enabling S2S. And it's mainly by the fact that we now know, can identify, understand, and get models that can capture relationships that involve the sort of the physical source of predictability on these timescales. The second thing is, well, the fact is when we're looking at S2S forecasts, we're not usually looking at point forecasts, we're looking at things that evolve on larger scales. So the scale depends of our growth works in our favor, so we're looking for things that are larger scales. And the third thing is thinking use of ensembles. Ensembles are almost pretty ubiquitous anywhere now, but certainly in S2S forecasting, they're absolutely at the core of everything we do, really. So let's touch on each one of those in turn. Let's think about these physical sources first. There are many different physical sources that may offer S2S predictability. The polar charts mean ENSO, magnitude oscillation, but things like land surface and stratospheric warming can have an influence. And to just kind of illustrate some of that, just pay attention to the bottom left one here. So this is time across the bottom and height in the atmosphere. So the bottom tectonics, the troposphere is here. This is the stratosphere and the upper part of the diagram. And this is essentially a colour chart and measure the strength of the stratospheric polar vortex. And what you can hopefully see is that as it turns red in the upper atmosphere, it persists for a long time. That's the part of the fact that the stratosphere evolves slowly. What we can also see in the lower part of the troposphere, you can see the imprint of it lower down. So it's the fact that once you've observed the onset of this thing, you know it's going to persist for a while, and you know its effects exist downwards into the lower part of the atmosphere. So that's what's giving you a source of predictability in that case. You see in this case, there's talking 60 to 90 days that you see this imprint. Another example is MGO. Forgive me again, I don't know how familiar are people with these kind of processes. But essentially, there's a coupled ocean atmosphere interaction in the tropics. Broadly speaking, you see a region of enhanced convection, suppressed convection, somewhere in the Indian and maritime continent, and roughly that pattern progresses eastwards over the course of about 60 to 90 days across the maritime continent into the Pacific. And there are many of these kind of phenomena that evolve on these kind of timescales. So we have the physical sources. So the kind of intuitive picture, at least in my head, is that you have these persistent external forcings. I call them external in the sense of they're external to the thing that you're directly interested in, the weather you're directly interested in. There's this evolving process that's giving the system a kick as far as you're concerned with the fast weather in the region you're concerned about. That kick prefers some form of large-scale circulation states, possibly via teleconnection paths, so Roswaves propagating from the tropics into the extropics. And then they have an influence on the day-to-day weather in the region you care about. Makes sense? So it's that kind of chain. So to kind of make that a little bit more concrete, one example of this is the NAO, linked to Euro-Atlantic regimes. So there are statistical connections between the prevalence of NAO states and the state of the MGO. There's a lag relationship. Forgive me, I always forget the phase of which one it is. I think it's 3 and 7 or something. There's about a 10-day lag between the existence of that MGO state and a preference in the NAO state. There's a codified capsule 2008 that goes into that. But essentially, if you know the state of the MGO, you can learn something about the state of the preferred states of the NAO in Europe, at least in the statistical sense. Those states of the NAO, this is, most everyone's familiar with this. Essentially, when you have NAO positive winters, they're warm, windy, and wet. in Northern Europe and vice versa for NO negative. We'll see it in the pictures, which then you can then combine with sort of knowledge of the end system. This is from a paper some time ago now. We looked at demand net wind across GB and Norway, which is an interconnected system at the time. And you can see it starts to skew the amount of demand net wind depending on their NO state. So in that sense, some information about the MGO is potentially feeding through some information about energy states in Europe. So we know there are physical processes that exist. The next element that kind of works in our favor is the scale dependence of forecast error growth. So this is a fairly complicated plot. Maybe we get my head confused when I try to explain it, but I'll do my best. This comes from an observing system simulation experiment. Roughly speaking, what happens is you have a truth simulation. You have a simulation with a model that runs forward in time, and that forms your truth. You then attempt to reforecast that evolution, initializing your forecast model with a limited set of observations drawn from that truth data set. Right? So you pretend you can't observe it perfectly. You just say, well, we're going to get some points here and here. You then run that in a forecast mode. So you sort of use that somewhat poorly initialized simulation and then run that forward and see how the errors grow over time. That's what we have here. So we have our in the dash. So this is a measure of error on the y-axis. So small errors on the bottom, large errors on the top, and it gives you some idea of the spatial scale of those errors. Errors, small scales to larger scales. So if you have this limited set of observations to initialize, you obviously have some errors. Your initialization is not perfect. That's in the dash line. And obviously, as you then run the model forward in time, a day at a time, about 14 days, the errors start to grow. Yeah. What's interesting with that is that the errors saturate at different lead times depending on spatial scale. So this dark line here shows the error you would get if you just gave the model a random starting state. You make no attempt to initialize it, just give it a random starting state. It will obviously have some error. Yeah. The point is, as you've gone from an initialized forecast to 1 day, 2 day, 3 day forecast, the point at which you reach this random level is different depending on the spatial scale. So at small scales, in kilometers or so, saturates about 2 days. For scales 7,000 kilometers, but planetary scales, saturates about 10 days. So errors grow more slowly at larger scales. Well, the errors saturate more slowly at larger scales. So the information content and the predictability is there at the large scale, even if it's not necessarily there at the small scale. And for this reason, we often sort of do a lot of averaging and things, and sort of usually when you're dealing with a seasonal or subseasonal forecast, you're dealing with large scales rather than smaller scales. You want to kind of do some averaging. You want to think about bigger regions. So time averaging does as much the same game as spatial averaging. If you start with a raw field, raw Z500 field, and use some time averaging over 48 hours, or do some truncation to potentially spatial averaging, you can see it has the same effect. You're just kind of pulling out the large scale features whilst ignoring some of the fine scale detail, which is essentially noise in terms of a prediction of S2S timescales. And finally, on to the last point, which is the use of ensembles. The most common form of this, again, this is where my lack of not detailed knowledge about exactly how S2S forecasts are set up and used and produce sort of the details of the setup. But the most common form is initial condition ensemble. I mean, that's really stochastic physics and multi-model ensembles and so forth. But essentially, this is a cartoon from the Lens model. So people, they should know the butterfly diagram. Yeah. So if you know you're starting at a box somewhere over time, obviously your trajectories diverge. By having multiple realizations that sample that area of where you're in that starting region, then it gives you a way to quantify the range of the possible near futures. And the point being that if you have a model with some sort of weak correlation with the truth, with the true observation, so if you look at your forecast and correlate it with the observation of what actually happened, if you start to increase the number of ensemble members, you start to increase the correlation of the ensemble mean. Essentially, it's another form of averaging. You're smoothing away the noise and the randomness, and you're just left with a predictable signal component. So I've kind of, yeah, that's my whistle stop tour that I usually give to the students. I mean, we talk a little bit about ensemble construction and so forth with them as well, because we want to be able to use them more practically. But it was kind of neglecting those kind of practical issues. We're not talking about ensemble construction. There are issues with drift and calibration and how we deal with those kind of problems. And I've probably done a complete massive disservice to anyone involved in data simulation because I've completely ignored it here. But it is kind of at the key of being able to produce these forecasts, being able to identify the neutral state accurately. But the fundamentals are kind of there. The traceable predictability, the fact where you can sort of predict the evolution directly of a particular state, occurs at the large scales, either in space and time. So for that, you need that physical process that evolves on that time scale. So that's kind of part of the piece. The climate predictability, the kind of statistical predictability of whether I get more storms or less storms, occurs when that slowly evolving part, so the large scale part, influences the fast part in the region that you care about. So often the people are then using kind of averaging either in space or time or across ensemble members to extract the kind of the predictable signal part from the noise and the randomness. That's kind of the fundamental where it comes from, as I see it at least. That's the fundamental where I see it coming from. But I think that certainly in my work, a lot of this has been my game. The stuff I work on is not about trying to produce a better subseasonal forecast. There are hundreds of people around the world in various meteorological organisations working incredibly hard to improve their models to produce better forecasts. So me adding my weight to that is a relatively small contribution. I'm not going to really change the world doing that. The way I've tried to sort of approach the problem is kind of working out how to use the stuff that's there. You know, the models are improving, they're improving over time, and it's incredibly amounts of time and effort go into doing that. But the question is, how do we, they're always going to be relatively weak predictive skill. It's always going to be probabilistic shifts. It's always going to be relatively weak changes in distributions is what we're looking for. The question is, how do we use that for something useful in energy? How do we get that information through into an energy application and extract what the value of that is to someone making a decision? So that's where I'm a lot more comfortable talking about. But that's kind of that's kind of where my group is based on its effort and where I'd like to go on to next. So hopefully, Albert, sorry, it's doing yours tomorrow, I think, for one of the talks tomorrow. So hopefully Albert will tell you a bit more about this. A lot of the stuff that follows comes from this project, S2S free, Subseasonal Season Forecasting for Energy. It was a 3-year research program over across 5 EU institutes. I was involved in the sort of the science package of that. And it produced a prototype climate service. If you Google S2S free, you can find our pretty clicky website, you know, download the information and so forth. What we're doing here is focus mainly on the work that came from the team we had at Reading. So that's thanks to Paula and to Hannah Bloomfield, James Fallon, David Livings, and Andrew John-Press. And basically, what I'm going to talk about here are, well, first it's kind of a baseline question. It's just a referencing question to some extent. Is to what extent are subseasonal forecasts able to skillfully forecast things like national average load, like national average generation from renewables? To what extent are they able to produce forecasts and at what time range? I'm not going to get too agonized about the details of that because I mean that's kind of an operational validation kind of thing. As each new model comes out, that number will change. But in general terms, are they able to produce something useful with the systems we have today? The next question, this was kind of the focus of our work, is can you do more with that skill? Can you improve that with techniques such as pattern-based forecasting, so drawing on the fact that large-scale evolution into the bit that's predictable? Can we do things with conditional forecasting, knowing when and when not to trust the forecast? And can we do things with multi-model ensembles and sequential learning algorithms? And again, I'm going to defer to Paul for that. Sorry, Paul, I'm setting you upon a bit of pedestal there. Anyway, so Paul will tell you all about that. And finally, to what extent could skillful subseasonal forecasts produce value in a particular application of energy market trading? As I say, I'm going to focus on the principles and the methods rather than the, you know, worrying too much about is it 0.1 or 0.15 type of kind of questions. It's about the principles here. So to do that, I need to briefly kind of lead you through the methods and the models and things we've been using. So at its heart, this is fairly common stuff these days. We have simple physical and statistical models that link weather variables to energy variables. So essentially, we're linking ERA 5 reanalysis to generation data that came from NCEPU, broadly speaking, for a system that was currently around about 2017. This shows an illustration of all those models. We do this for all European countries, all the ones that are data in it. So essentially, we have the France average temperatures, we do centigrade, we have the demand on the y-axis. Obviously, you have to do a bit of shifting about things dealing with weekends and issues like that. But essentially, you end up with this something that looks like a U-shaped curve, which is well established, right? When it's cold, turn on heating. When it's warm, you turn on the AC. We, in this case, if we do a heating degree day and cooling degree day model, for wind, for example, wind power curves, we know where the wind farm sites are around the country, so we find the wind speeds at those sites, feed through the model, add it over the country, weighted average, so on and so forth. But essentially, you have a series of these physical and statistical models that convert raw weather variables at gridded scales out to national averages of national totals of renewable generation or demand. We do this for our data for wind, solar, and demand. Sorry, wind, solar, and demand. And again, I don't want to get into details. It has reasonable forms. It's not perfect. We're not expecting it to be, but it was reasonable forms. It's pretty well correlated in the RSE, which 5–10% average. So we do that with reanalysis first, where we have the observations and the analysis to do the pairwise matching. But having done that, we're now able to run the same models over the whole of the reanalysis period, assume that the energy system was the same through the whole of the reanalysis period, and take that as our truth. So we're going to do perfect model experiments because we want to focus on the predictability, not that departure between the model value and the true value in a real energy system. If people are interested in that, there's a paper by Campbell that covered that a few years ago. So anyway, we have the ERA 5 national aggregate alley wind, solar, demand for European countries, 2050 to 2020. That we're going to call that truth. We use the same game with two different subseasonal forecast data sets. So we have the Eastern extended range 11-member hindcaster. So it's 11 members that span 20 years, twice a week. And we have NCEPU GFS, which spans about a decade, and that's like 12-member hindcast. But basically, what we've got is this diagram. So analysis, we have energy conversion models, and that is our energy data that are truth. So our forecast, we bias, just calibrate the two observations, feed through the same energy conversion models, and by comparing these two, we do some sort of skill assessments. And all this data, if anyone wants to play with it, it's all freely available. It's all nicely packaged up on our repositories. So if anyone wants to have a quick play with subseasonal forecast data for energy, then the data's there. But no, this is using hindcasts, so 11 members rather than 51 for East E, for example. So a relatively small ensemble, and also it's a relatively dated model. So this is 2016, this model was current. So these are, you can probably consider them very much a lower bound of the kind of skill you would get with modern systems. So that's the data that we're going to use. Hopefully that broadly makes sense. I realize I've sketched over the details. But firstly, as our baseline thing, is to what extent can we use these for just the raw data on these models? And I call them grid point data, in the sense that I'm just taking the grid point temperatures, temperature temperatures, I'm taking the grid point wind speeds into these models and using that as my prediction. To what extent can these skillfully forecast national average load, national average wind power and solar power at whatever lead time? So it looks a bit like this. So we have this is our grid point forecast. We have our daily grid weather variables, temperature, 7 days of temperature. This sketch 3 ensemble members. We feed each of those through our energy conversion models, and we then aggregate it to a week. So with, in this case, 3 forecasts for demand for week 1, which we call days 5 to 11. And that's our forecast ensemble, if you like. So the good news is there is evidence of skill, at least to week 2, at least in these diagrams. So this is looking at winter. The print width tends to be a bit stronger than winter. This is demand net wind weekly averages from Eastern forecast, and we're expressing the skill score with respect to just using pure climatology, so no knowledge of the forecast at all. We have 3 measures: non-correlation coefficients, rank probability skill score, and continuous probability skill score. I think RPSS is in tertiles, I think. And you can see for week 1, week 2, week 3, and this is for the Eastern forecast. The good news is you can see the red colours persist definitely into week 2. There's predictable skill in week 2, which is in this case there's slightly there's also sorry the numbering convention of weeks and things. But we're calling this week 2, which is days 12 to 18. So actually nearly 3 times a week there, if you like. There's more skill in simple metrics. You get more skill out of ACC than you out of more complex Steve Harris type measures. And broadly, I don't think there's any huge surprise really. It almost confirms earlier studies. We knew there's going to be some predictability out a couple of weeks there at least. So the question is, can we do better than that? This was kind of the program really. The pattern forecast, predictability and sequential errors. Again, I'm passing off to Paula, but I really do like these. When Paula talked about this, it's great because these sequential errors are a really great way of combining not only different numerical weather prediction models, but combining them in a way that you don't have to take them offline and retune them when a new model comes out. And you can also throw statistical predictors in as well at the same time and do it all in one shebang, all in one go. So they're a really powerful tool. I think we should be using more in terms of multi-model combination. But I'll leave Paul to talk about those. So yeah, so pattern-based forecasting. So here what we want you to do is use the fact that predictability exists in the larger scales and for these kind of timescales. So instead of asking our model to predict grid point temperatures across different areas of Europe or grid point wind speeds, and then trying to convert that, which you might imagine are quite noisy fields. What we want to ask instead is ask our model to predict something it's usually quite good at, which is the Z500, geopotential height to about 5 kilometers in the atmosphere. So what we do here is we have daily predictions of Z500 from each of our ensemble members. We then take weekly averages of those. So each ensemble member has one weekly average. We then use that to assign those patterns then into one of 4 weather types. So using the Euro-Atlantic patterns, so that's NO plus, NO minus, Atlantic ridge, Scandi blocking. So that gives us a forecast of which patterns or how often each pattern comes up in the ensemble. And then we use the historic data to link the occurrence of the pattern to the observed impact on demand net wind, for example. So, for example, we might know that NO minus tends to have higher values and NO has lower values, for example, in this case. Right? And we say, well, okay, well, this PDF occurs 1 time in the ensemble, that occurs 2 times in the ensemble. So we create a weighted PDF, compact PDF from the different probabilities. So essentially, the trick is we're using the model, the S2S forecast to predict the large scale pattern, the circulation pattern. We're then using the historical data to link the occurrence of that pattern to what that means for energy. Yeah. So sort of a 2-step process. And these are the headline results again for winter demand net wind. Here we look at the ensemble correlation to the ACC for the ensemble wind compared to the continental forecast. So, well, obviously, this is from just using as before, just using the grid point data. This is using for the pattern-based forecast. This is the difference between the two. And week 1, basically the pattern forecasting has nothing. Basically, there's still predictive skill that's usable in the model anyway, so you're better off using the grid point forecast. But as you go to longer leads, week 3, you start to see that the pattern forecasting starts to win ourselves, and we start to get these green colours. The pattern forecast is slightly better than using the grid point data directly. And for this is recent, for NCEP, the advantage is much greater. And that also applies not only in ensemble correlation, but also in more sophisticated skill measures. And I guess the reason for that is if you think about what we're doing, we're using NWP to predict the large scale pattern, but then using the analysis to drive the impact of that pattern. Well, NCEP is more biased relative to ERA 5 than ECM reference because the ECM model was used to make ERA 5. So, in the sense of you've got more bias to correct, the pattern forecasting works better for NCEP than it does for ECM ref. But the key part, I think, isn't so much the kind of the details of that. It's the fact that if you look at the assignment of the patterns, which is as a function of lead time, the times you get the assignment right in each of the different models, you see NCEP and just randomly you find model. You can see that the NCEP and ECM are correctly assigning patterns well out into 15-20 days ahead. So quite a long time period ahead. So there is predictive skill in getting these patterns right which fits with what we know about the scale dependence aspect. So it's kind of, you can reasonably believe that those signals are real. The trade-off is that you lose a lot in the link to the impact on the energy, because these patterns don't necessarily have a huge impact on the energy system. You lose a lot of the predictive skill you gain from the predict pattern, because the pattern doesn't have that much impact on energy. Particularly for, I think it was Atlantic region, next to no influence on European energy at all. So you predict that pattern is just zero. There's no discernible impact, could be positive, negative. So in one stream of the project, Hannah and I, we worked on this concept called targeted circulation types. We tried to modify the circulation types to find the ones that mattered most to European energy. You have to make certain subjective choices about that, but if you can modify the patterns to make them more impactful for energy, well, the trade-off is you then lose the predictability of the patterns. So we know that if you were to use these corrected patterns, and you could predict them as well as you can the regimes, the classical weather regimes, you would win. But in reality, you've got a trade-off between the two, and it's not obvious which one's better. But there's something to be teased out there to optimize the patterns you're using your predictions to get the biggest bang for your buck in terms of impacts on energy. So that was pattern forecasting. Conditional forecast is sort of similar but different. Here we're not so much trying to use the patterns to produce a forecast. We're trying to use the patterns to tell us when our forecast is trustworthy. So in this case, we take our same thing as before. We have our 500 predictions from our panel. We use those and assign those to weekly average weather patterns. And we say, well, we're only going to trust it when more than 50% of the ensemble members give me the same weather type. If they don't, I'm going to say it's not trustworthy. On the case where I say it is trustworthy, I'm going to use the forecast. When I say it's not trustworthy, I use climatology, or just don't bet. So what does that do to our skill? Well, as you might expect, it improves it massively. Even at, well, I'm not going to say in week 0, but in week 1, even, we're actually producing significant benefits. So if there's a consistent pattern you predicted in the large scale, then betting on only those occasions gets you a big advantage over betting on all the time. The trade-off is that there are a certain fraction of situations you've then got to discard. So in week 3, for example, you can see what it's saying is that you would 72% of the time you're able to identify a dominant pattern. And if on those occasions you then trust the grid point forecast, you've used something like a 0.5 gain in RPS sales skill score compared to betting every time. So you know to discard the really bad ones. So that conditional predictability gives you another way in to kind of de-risk, but it depends on your preferences, I guess. And this is a fairly naive attempt, just we picked percent fairly randomly, and so possibly you could tune those thresholds to produce a better return. So I realize some of that got a bit technical, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is that there's fairly significant possibility of enhancing skill of NOAA and subsequent forecasts at this extended range. There is predictability in these weather regimes at least 10 to 15 days. I'm talking weekly averages, predicting 10 to 15 days ahead. And this two-step approach is good for compensating biases in the model. So if, in this case, NCEPU was really quite strongly biased compared to ERA 5, it's a good way of discounting that bias. Conditional forecasting helps, and sequential learning algorithms, as Paula will show, helps a lot. So essentially, there are ways to tease the skill up a bit, but we're still at the point where the skill is still modest. So we wanted to, as I say, I'm trying to push this a bit further than just thinking about skill scores of even just energy variables. I want to try and get a bit further what it means. So this is us trying to think about the value question. This is quite a challenging S2S, and this S2S Fröhlich project. And this actually is someone published work I did with James Fallon, and we did related stuff in Kieran Lynch with his thesis as well. Essentially, the chain looks like this. We do as before. We've got a subsequent. I am only doing with the grid point forecast. I'm just using a vanilla scheme. There's no clever pattern forecasting. This is just a vanilla scheme. We have a subsequent forecast system, an eastern graph system. We predict temperature, wind speed, convert demand and wind power. We're going to convert that to price. So A very simple way of doing that is using the merit order curve. For those who aren't familiar with this kind of thing, essentially, generators bid in to produce power, usually at the marginal cost of their fuel. So some generators are quite cheap, some of them are more expensive, and essentially you rank them in order. Sort of when you find the one that's the most expensive unit required to meet demand, required to meet the total level of demand, and the cost of that generation, the amount of that bid in, that sets the price of everybody who is below them on the curve. So it gives you a way to sort of, essentially, if this is your volume and that's your price, essentially you look for the supply curve, the cost of supply crosses the demand curve, the whether it's paid for it. And that gives you a way to convert the generation through and demand through to a price. And you can do simple games, you can start looking at the skill at predicting price compared to climatology. And I don't know if there's any great surprise on what you see. You can see this is for Germany. We work with NBW, and they help us with the German data for the merit order curve. But essentially, you can see you can predict the price skillfully compared to climatology several weeks in advance in terms of the normal correlation. So there is skill in predicting price, not just the ingredients. You can also take it through to price. And these perfect model experiments. But that's again just a skill score. That's all it is. What I want to do is think about how that might then apply through into a trading type scenario. And this is anyone here involved in energy trading recognizes a bit of a cartoon, but it captures some of the essence of what goes on, I think. So let's suppose we end into an N weeks ahead futures contract. And we agree to supply some power, we buy the contract and we hold on to it until delivery is due. And then we realize the value of it at the end. So the question is, what's the value of trading on the prices predicted by the forecast compared to the market's expectation? And we're going to assume the market just only has access to climatological information. So they don't bother using the forecast, basically. So the simplest case of doing this is using the ensemble mean price forecast. So essentially relying on the fact that we have this anomaly correlation coefficient skills above 0. We're going to rely on that. So essentially what we're saying is that if our forecast says that the future market price is undervalued, so the forecast price is greater than the market price would expect using climatology, then we'll buy it and sell it back at the end when we get to the day ahead market. So, and then we realize the difference in value between the two, because we bought it cheap, sold it expensive, so we gain, right? Or vice versa. Sort of, if you recognize it's overvalued, you then sell it and then buy it back later. So you sold it expensive and buy it back cheap, right? There's many more variants possible, but this is kind of a simple game. So we apply this to the German market, and we assume the German market had no access to mid-final forecasts at whatever time range we're looking at. And what we find is we get significant value out, basically. So this is the lead time. This is if we had a perfect forecast, 1 week ahead, 2 week ahead, 3 week forward, and do the persistence forecast 2 weeks ahead. I guess what I'm focused here is focus on here. So if the nominal unit price of this stuff is about 40 euros per megawatt hour, which is what it was at the time, that's what NBW told, didn't it? And if we had perfect foresight, we would gain 10 megawatts, gain 10 euros per megawatt hour based on our trading strategy. If we're using our real subseasonal forecast system 2 weeks ahead, we gain about 3 euros per megawatt hour. So if, and this is a big if everyone else had no access to climate forecast information at all, and only we had, we'll be beating the market by 3 euros per megawatt hour. There's a cost of that. So this assumes you trade every week, but not every week wins. You do get some big losses in there. You know, sometimes you get it wrong. It is a perfect model assumption. So we're predicting simulated prices, not real world prices. So there's that kind of noise model, let me good kind of question. And I say, in reality, the market will have some access to forecasts. So some of this value has been priced in. But at least it gives us some idea of what the information is buying, you know, what the benefit of that is in terms of smoothing those markets. You can, of course, play with the model and start to think about things. Well, I only want to do this if I'm really confident. You know, I want to trade if I'm confident. So I'll you know, do it when the forecasts agree with a greater chance. And, you know, otherwise I'll adopt a defensive kind of position. And you start to improve the forecast. The trade-off is then you only, well, the benefit is you only trade on strong signals. So when you're more confident, you're going to win, and then you don't get to trade as often. So you don't actually win as much as you would do if you traded every time. there's kind of trade-offs. And I think kind of the point of this is that this value thing is very much in the eye of the beholder. It depends on what you want to do. So if you want to adopt a defensive position, you'd use this differently. So if you want to use more aggressively and speculatively. So it depends what you want to do. And actually that means you're then drawing on different aspects of the ensemble to do it, different aspects of the prediction to do it. And that's the bit I don't think we often engage with that much as meteorologists. We're just going to do very simple skill scores and off we go. Is that what do we actually want to do with it? Right, have we got time for another 5 minutes or so? Is that okay? So I did want to go one step further. So this now goes out energy and goes into telecoms, another area we've worked in with BT over recent years. So I think the general point I'm trying to make is that I think we need more consideration of this feeding in for forecast skill to forecast value. And this example is started from telecoms, and in the UK, well, this is dated figures now, but 33 billion a year, or about 1.5% of our GDP comes from our telecom system. I have no idea how economics works, but that's what this paper estimated. So it's a big thing, basically, is the story. And BT and Openreach, this branch of BT, responsible for our fixed line infrastructure. And the weather was highlighted as contributed to increase fault rates. Basically, when it rained, there were more faults reported on the system, nothing broke. And if you've seen those junction boxes out on the street corners, then they tend to get wet, right? And it's also a service delays, and it had been identified in several annual reports as being a problem, bad weather being reported as a problem. So what they wanted to do is establish, can we have a week's ahead forecast of our fault rates, so we can then use that to better schedule our maintenance and repairs. And what we want to do is get better value out of that maintenance and repair schedule. So the methodology, I'm going to bridge it, but essentially all the same game as we've been talking about for the energy stuff. Essentially, you have a couple of years worth of fault records, you have a weather analysis, in this case it's your interim, and you can form a system model linking them through that. This one was fairly complicated. It had smooth precipitation threshold, temperature, wind speed, wind over threshold, relative wind over threshold, bunch of parameters, but essentially you fit a model. And once you've got that, you can then use that to reconstruct a fictitious fault rate climatology over a much longer window. So that's fine. So we produced our fault rate climatology using all the standard games. But the next step was to just go and establish, can we skillfully predict this thing? Well, but here we're going to use a pattern forecasting method. We're going to predict the NEO and use the state of the NEO to forecast our faults. So first question is, can the EC forecast system predict the NEO skillfully 7 weeks in advance? The answer is yes, it can. Does the NEO have an impact on our fault rate probabilities? So yes, it does. So when NEO is high, you get more faults. Less faults. Again, think about a winter picture. So when you combine the two together, you can show that using these forecast systems, you predict the NEO, then use these curves to estimate your fault rates, you can gain skill over climatology. I'm going to skip over that because I trust you to believe me that it works. But the goal wasn't just to predict faults, it was to predict what they really want is to fix faults promptly. That's the concern. Essentially, they have a target that they have to, if a fault comes in, they have to offer an engineer to fix it in so many days. That's essentially the target they wanted to hit. So obviously you can have millions of engineers in your staff, and then you'd be able to fix every fault that comes in. But you'd have a lot of engineers sitting idle all the time. So you want to have sort of minimize the number of engineers, but yet hit your targets as reliably as you can. So that's kind of the problem we're actually trying to deal with. The issue is, if you want to hire some extra engineers on a short-term contract, you have to give some notice. You have to plan ahead, and sort of plan that week or 2 weeks ahead to be able to get those extra engineers to kind of bump up your resources, deal with that fault rate spike, so you don't hit your targets, so you can hit your targets. So what we did in this paper is we developed a toy model of the decision process. This is a lot of this work is out of Halford. Worked in BT for ages, trying to work and map out their decision process. This is a cartoon version of it, but again, it captures some of the essence of it. So we have this target. We need to fix a given fraction of any new faults in a given week. We assume that engineers only fix faults. That's all the job is. So rather humanly, I'm going to refer to them as repair capacity rather than else. If you fail to fix your faults this week, they carry over to next week. So you've got to fix them first before we get to the new ones. And you can employ extra engineers, but you have to give them a week's notice. So you can bump up your repair capacity, but you have to give them a bit of notice a week ahead. So our model looks like this. So at the start of week one, you're in week one. You know what your work stack is. You know what's left to do from last week. You know how many faults are coming in this week. We assume 34% of the week ahead. and you know how many engineers you've got, right? So from that, you can work out how many faults you've got, what's left at the end of the week. So you've got the stuff that started, add the new faults in, take the ones away you fixed, and from that you can work out how many times you failed. You know, if you don't have enough engineers, you may have failed to fix in the faults that week. But you're left with, you know, how many you've got at the end of next week. The question is, you've now got to decide how many engineers you need next week. And to do that, you need a fault rate forecast. That's where our fault rate forecast comes in for 2 weeks ahead. So based on your prediction of the fault rates, you can guess how many target failures you're going to have, depending on how many engineers you bother to hire. So your challenge is to pick R2 correctly, so you minimize the number of target failures, or actually, not so much just minimize your target failures. You want to minimize the number of target failures, but also minimize the number of extra engineers you have to hire. Right? So you want to keep both those numbers down. So it's just a simple linear optimization problem between two bounds. And the point is, once you've then selected R2 based on your forecast, you can then run a step forward and evaluate, did it work? You know, how many times did I fail? How many engineers do I have? And you can sort of work out the cost. So we did a bunch of experiments around this. Again, I won't go into huge details, but here I want to say we're experiment with constant contingency. So we have up to, sorry, they're weird units, but 0.15 extra engineering units. So our average engineers we need over the winter is 1.04 in these units. But we can hire an extra 0.15 on top of that if we so desire. But what we're going to do is experiment with different forecast systems, but varying the minimum repair costs, the number of permanent engineers we have on our books. What we can see is this is our number of permanent engineers on the book. So few engineers to more engineers on permanent books. And this is our target failures on the y-axis. What we can hopefully see is that as you have different focus, this is essentially the trade. If you have more engineers, you have fewer target failures. And if you start with a confidential forecast, perfect focus NO, and seasonally focused NO, and if you had a perfect forecast system, you're obviously going to reduce the number of target failures for any given number of engineers. The better you forecast, the fewer you have. What's interesting, you can interpret that one of two ways. You can say, well, let's take an operational perspective, right? Well, I know how many engineers are run by my books. Now, that's not a number that changes week to week. Yes, you know, I've employed them for a year, 2 years, long-term contracts. So I can use my forecast to decrease the number of times I've failed to meet my targets. So I can improve performance with. I can take the steps and say, well, actually, I'm happy with how often I meet my targets. Yes. So I can start to crank down the number of engineers of all of my books, so lower cost that way. So I think using operational forecast, you can improve you could either have fewer target failures by about 10% or fewer engineers by 1% or 2% kind of territory. And these are big numbers. So that was another way of modeling an attempt at the decision model to get to the value question rather than just sticking with the skill. So hopefully that, whereas I've rushed that, I hope that makes more or less sense. And there's actually, I mean, I'm trying to follow this up with a bunch of different MSD projects and things at the moment, but there's some amazing dynamics of how this works in terms of how it relates to the characteristics of the forecast and the decision-making process and the way you use ensemble. Things like stochastic optimization rather than deterministic optimization, things like that really matter. So I'll probably stop there, particularly because I've no idea if the people online can hear me or not. But yeah,
I didn't get any complaints, so it should be fine.
Okay, good stuff. But I mean, it's sort of ensembles, and so it's a bit of skill, the tools to enhance skill, but also the fact that it's going to remain modest. There's just a limit to how much we can extract out of this thing. It's never going to be a perfect, like a day ahead forecast. It's always going to be soft skill. So the challenge is to find ways to get value out of that and ways to use it. And that does seem to be a major headache in energy, that lots of people say they wanted this stuff, but then actually when it comes down to it, there's only a few intelligent players who are trying to use it. So I think the more we can do to build models and build ways to show how to use this stuff, the better. And essentially the idea is kind of, here's my chart here, so you're trying to get, you've got climate truth, there's a true climate thing. You have your model or your forecast of this. You model it through a chain of impacts, but essentially you want to get to this decision at the end. And I think we need to take more time to building these links in this chain, particularly get down to this end, at least to simulate it or something that approximates the real decision. And I think it'll be quite valuable. If anyone's interested, sorry, because I realise that not everyone's necessarily an expert on S2S stuff. If you're interested, we do run some online courses, some of which touches on this stuff. So if people are interested, let me know, and we'll visit our webpage and we'll try and help you out with that. Otherwise, thank you. I better stop. Thank you.
Very nice. We have 20 minutes for questions.
Thank
Hi, David.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm really interested to know if we are attempted to also forecast skill, as well as forecasting the seasonal possibilities, forecasted skill by those forecasts as well ahead of time. To be able to inform the user whether the forecasting at this time is going to be fantastic or whatever. And that's useful.
Yeah. I think that's roughly what we're doing, but without doing it directly. But it's essentially linked to that conditional predictability kind of question, right? So yeah, I'd have to think about exactly how you would do that. I think it'd be quite. You'd have to think about how you get enough of a data set to form the skill calculation. But yeah, probably quite a challenging one to actually calculate without a big data. But yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, forecasting the skill of a model. It's something that's quite meta, isn't it? Yeah, true.
To add to that, did you observe any pattern in the skill as you measured it in terms of your particular seasons forecasted more skill than others, or times of year or months? Was there any pattern that was uniform across that one?
I'm not sure we looked at the amount of detail. Maybe I have to correct them. I think in the general rule of thumb was winter's more predictable than summer, and summer's more predictable than the transition seasons. The rule of thumb. But beyond that, we didn't really delve into is it more predictable than this set of conditions, other than the conditional predictability work. But yeah, I think there's a bunch of things you sort of start to pull apart and try and work out why. But yeah.
I was saying basically the same question, but over like locations, they're places where they more difficult or easier to forecast.
Well, to be honest, I would defer you back to the paper. I mean, you can see that the map has where's the first one? You see the map has some structure. I can't say I've got definitely good insight to give on why that is. In the paper, there's well, maybe you remember that there were
Northern and Eastern Europe tends to be a bit better. But then when we try to analyze some case studies for specific countries, it starts to become a bit dependent on the shares of the generation that the countries have, like as a fraction of demand. If wind is a big part of demand, then that changes the overall skill.
Well, I think the other part is that chain. Like I say, I generally advocate for getting that chain, that all the way to decision, from climate through to decision. But I don't think that stops the need for understanding each of the steps along the way. So for this, as Paul was saying, a lot of it will depend on exactly, well, part of the cause of the NCEPU data, one thing, is whether the data is any good from those energy models. Partly the fraction of how much you depend on solar versus wind versus renewables versus demand, what's giving you biggest kicks. But then you've also got, is temperature or wind speed more predictable in some regions than others? There's a bunch of things you have to back out. So I think you do need to sort of pull it apart step by step, even if the general philosophy is to get down the chain. Yeah.
So this was done on a country by country basis.
Yeah.
David, how much of this extra skill comes from? Sorry, I'm hiding behind the screen here. How much of this extra skill comes from the fact that you're kind of implicitly you're kind of calibrating the model, right, implicitly by doing this? Do you think some of that extra skill comes from that rather than the grid points?
I'm not quite sure. I mean, we are explicitly calibrating the model in the sense of we do early time independent bias.
Yeah. Okay.
Data. There will be a bit of Well,
Are you like amplifying any of the signals that if there's a particularly weak signal, like would that be amplified as well?
not sure. I'd have to think about it. Not, yeah, I'm sure I can answer that quickly. I mean, so yes, before doing any of this, there's a lot of work went into lead dependent bias corrections and how we deal with that. I struggle to remember the details again. I might defer to my Paul actually had to do it because I just talked to him. Yeah, there's a lot of work went into that bias correction piece. The bit that I think will be the biggest difference in the real world is here you're in a perfect model experiment. So there you're going to be massively overinflating how good you are at predicting things because you're only predicting yourself and your own models rather than predicting the real energy. But there are philosophical challenges of that. When you look at these energy reanalysis data sets, then there's a number of them around now. 5-10 years ago there weren't any, now there's several of these historical renewable generation data sets and reanalyses. They're all different. I mean, they all go up and down in roughly the same way, but they a little bit biased towards one another. And there's a philosophical question there of kind of whether you're trying to predict the energy that was actually observed, or whether you're trying to predict the energy that would be generated had the thing been turned on when the wind blew. So if you've got a turbine down for maintenance, what do you want to do with your wind power data? If you're trying to simulate it, do you predict it as if the turbine was turned on? Or do you want to somehow pretend you could predict that thing was off of maintenance? So that explains some of the difference between the different data. I mean, our data tend to be higher. We take the view that, well, I want to know what the generation would have been had I had a wind farm there. Others take the view I want to get the best, closest answer to the actual observed generation as possible. So there's a lot of tricky questions around that space of actually how you get this mapping back from model world back into the real world. And I think it's not simple. I mean, Dirk did some work on this back in the day about trying to look at days ahead forecasting and what time ranges, the uncertainty of the link between the link between the weather data and the energy was greater than the uncertainty in the forecast itself. So you can start to disentangle some of these and try and work out where the crossover points are. We haven't done that with this. We just focus on can we get the predictability at all. But yeah, in the real world, all these numbers would be smaller for that reason. In the real world, you'd be using 51 members and the 2023 system rather than the 2016 system. You'd have another 6 years ago. So it's swings and roundabouts a little bit. So I wouldn't trust any of the numbers precisely. That's not really the game. The game was whether the methods and the theory of it worked, whether there was general indications of skill, whether I'm not going to agonize about a 0.1, 0.2 difference type of thing.
There's a question in the chat. Maybe we can ask that one. There's some compliments about your presentation data.
Thank you.
We can skip over those. How do you see machine learning complementing physical S2S models for these energy outlooks? And in particular, what are the risks of using machine learning for these applications?
Gosh, good question. Short answer, don't know. I think there's a number of different bits here. There's the idea of using machine learning to replace the weather forecast system in some sense. So the Google one that was comparing to some very recently. I've forgotten the name of it. But anyway, there's the issue of to what extent a machine learning forecast can outperform or be comparable performance to an NWP system, which is one set of questions, and I don't feel particularly qualified to answer that, other than to know that it is quite frightening how quickly the skill increases these things. The other part is about using machine learning to post-process the outputs and combine it in better ways, which is back to the sequential learning element bit. I think there's a lot of opportunities there. On the other hand, if we were to crack the problem of being able to just do everything with machine learning in terms of modeling the physical system itself, maybe you just don't need that. Maybe it gets to the point where you'd be predicting things directly. So honestly, I don't know. I think there's a lot of it. I don't want to bring Paula's talk to. I think this SLA stuff, just the way it's set, and I can recount how this work came about. I realize I'm hand waving exactly how it works, but there's this concept of experts, and that seems to be common in this SLA literature. Is the concept of experts. You need these expert predictors. The expert says 5.4, or expert says B says 4.5. They just need a number attached to each expert. And the challenge for me was to link that language to ensembles, because you can't use just ensemble members as your experts. you have to use quantiles or something from distributions. But they offer a really natural way of not only combining NCEP with piece of reference that we'll talk about, but also we had statistical predictors like persistence, last year's value, and conjugable terciles. There's no reason why you can't include the whole thing, MGO state, NEO state, whatever. You can include a whole bunch of different things. And because they're evolving dynamically, the weights evolve dynamically, I think it naturally aligns itself with operational concerns. You don't have to take it offline to retune every time the next model comes along. So there's real opportunities there. There's a bunch of mysteries that go on there. There was the evolution of the weights. Essentially, you assign a weight to these experts, but knowing why those weights are changing, and is the model learning? Is that learning algorithm learning something that wasn't there in the forecast? Is a question mark. Quite answer that. But I think there's a bunch of interesting things to do around there. So I think it will play a role. Beyond the post-processing stuff, I have much experience in it.
Maybe I can say for the meeting on Friday, the task meeting, I invited a company, JUA.ai, who contacted me a few weeks ago. And we had a short discussion about their model. That's a complete ML or deep learning based weather model. And they claim they can be better than IFS on a 1.1 on a 1 kilometer grid globally for a 48-hour forecast, which they produced in 15 seconds. Sounds disruptive, and I'd like to present that here to the meteorologists for a bit more detail, but that will be available from the meeting minutes and the stream if you're not here.
Well, without news about the field, I mean, it just sounded incredibly disruptive. Absolutely, but in some sense, it seems in retrospect kind of obvious that if you have enough data to train it on, these things produce physical relationships. The reason why we know there are physical laws is because they're born out of physical relationships. We saw that A was correlated with B and made the extrapolation that there's a physical law there, which is born out with much tested beyond that. But it's, in some sense, it's kind of obvious that it will get there eventually with enough data. But exactly how that will play out, and I honestly, I don't feel I'm enough about the field, but I'd be arranged to talk.
And I can see that Dave has this little input to say verification is really going to be important. Maybe even more so for the ML approaches.
Yeah, I don't particularly see why that's different in kind to the verification we have at the moment, but possibly I'm missing something there. But yeah, Dave's judgment on that one.
I guess it's to avoid overfitting, right? If you run a hindcast model, you know you've actually run it. Whereas if you just machine learning something.
That's true. Yeah, there's a lot of challenge in that space.
So most of what you presented was what we would call the subseasonal timescale, out to about 4 weeks. And the skill you presented drops off pretty rapidly as you go out 4 weeks. So does that imply there isn't much value beyond 4 weeks for what we might call seasonal forecast? Or does it mean that we need to look at different timescales, like you're using weekly averages, maybe predictability might go to monthly averages or seasonal averages?
So absolutely. So I think if you look at the long range of your forecast, the further ahead your forecast is, you tend to look for longer time averages. So if you're looking for months or seasons. So for example, a DGF seasonal average would be a typical output. If you're interested in grossly aggregated properties of energy, that's probably sufficient. So nice paper by Phil Bett that shows that essentially you don't all these complex power curves and know where your wind farms are and things. If you know what the seasonal average wind speed is, you can pretty much create it with a linear model to seasonal average wind power, right? That's fine. The bit that I think that bit falls down on, the bit that I would like to see a little bit more investigation on, is these seasonal forecast models could in potential produce hourly data, which is the same as the weather forecast model does. But if you're then feeding that through a very complex non-linear system to get the response, so a power system model to get to understand what the response of this load, for example, or whatever it might be, and you go mixed into your programming and lots of mucky stuff that goes on in energy systems, then can those same models be relied on to use credible simulations at that high frequency, even if there's no predictive skill in them? They're still consistent high frequency simulations, given that large scale background that they're producing across. So that's the bit I think probably needs a bit more exploration to me. So could I take hourly data from the subseasonal forecast, run it through a Parsons dispatch model? There's all sorts of mucky nonlinear nonsense that goes on, and produce some really complicated, grotesque, nonlinear response out of that. Is there still skill in that, in the same way as I can see skill in a seasonal average of wind speed? So that's the bit I haven't got an answer to that, but that's, I think, quite an interesting question. I'm going to change to John. That's kind of more or less what we're pushing in the direction of climate modeling. So thinking about more 2100, 2050 type simulations now. Are those climate models producing a credible simulation of the weather that would occur in 2050's climate? I don't think we know it. Well, in terms of its impact on energy, I don't quite know the answer to that. We know there'll be bias from one of the deficiencies, but given we can correct some of that, do they still nevertheless give you enough weather, real weather, under that perturbed climate? Same question then for seasonal or even subseasonal. Yeah, I mean, if you do this with hourly data, feed it through something instead of giving weekly averages, would you still get some skill out? I don't know the answer to that. But I mean, essentially, the central limit theorem is your friend, right? The fact you're averaging lots of things, everything starts to look Gaussian. So if you do long enough averages, the distribution starts to look Gaussian. So, but are there pathological systems that don't get you to that Gaussian? There's one mathematician who could probably answer that with a pen and paper, but I can't.
On that training example you showed, when you were creating the merit order, was it there has stage hourly vitality or was it like daily? What was the granularity of the merit order?
So I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it would have been daily for day ahead. The reason being is the subseasonal forecast is daily resolution, so that's the granularity of data there. So we made the trades daily. I think. So, I mean, I say so. Constructing merit order curves well is something that I don't think is necessarily something I would know how to do. So we relied on some of us to help us create those. And I was told at the time that they were merit order curves that they had used themselves a few years before. Okay. So that they were, what real quant traders were using. So they're realistic in that sense.
And corresponding challenge, and then some of the key technology we are finding is works very well in the reality, and then the conclusion. So I will quickly go to this part. And the backgrounds we know very well because the crisis of the energy and the climate change, and we have to go to the renewable worldwide, including Europe, China, US, and now we are facing for the whole world facing a renewable dominated power system. That is why we need the focus technology very much, because of the randomness of the renewables brings in very much challenges, fundamental challenge, I would say, to our power system. It is very important from the wind power plants, wind farm owners, solar power plant owners, and also the power systems. But this technology, I would say that we hope to know more and more accurate and from more aspects to our renewable power generation. So for our forecaster, so for the researcher, I would say this is an optimist goal. So this is the mission of the renewable power focus technology, to try to increase the power, the focus accuracy, to extend the horizon, and to improve the focus. So that is why we extend our hello? Everything okay?
Yeah.
Okay, because this Zoom give me this some notice that let me get out.
Yeah, you had a few seconds where we couldn't hear you, but just continue.
Okay, thanks. So we hope to extend our You okay now? Let me switch off my region. And also, in this new renewable dominated power system era, it is more difficult and brings even more challenges for China.
Sorry, I think you stopped sharing your slides.
The slides.
Yeah, can you?
Okay, I will share it again.
Yeah, thanks.
I just see the
There you go.
okay. The first fact we have seen in China is that we have poor wider predictability compared to the area or countries for the rest of the world, because we have complex terrain and large area for different climate type, weather system. So like for some of the wind farms located in mountainous areas, the climate can be very harsh and variables, which are very difficult to predict accurately. Even worse, for some of the area, we have seen extreme weather conditions like typhoon for the coastal area, for the eastern coast area of China. There are very much offshore wind farm over there. And also the snowstorm, rainstorm in the southern part of the China. So we have seen that many areas, we have seen the red up to 60% of the capacity, or some low power supplies continuously 8 days or even longer days for the low power. So produce huge challenges for the power system to adjust the fluctuation from the renewables, or even, you know, when the renewable are already should play more and more important roles in the power supply. So such low power period of time, huge, very much challenges to the current power system in China. Another factor is, I would say that with the rapid development of renewable energy in China and also the carbon-free targets in China, we have seen many new farms appears which has very limited data or even have no data for building a nice enough focused model, especially when we talk about a seasonal focused. We hope to accumulate more data to produce a seasonal focused data. But for these new built farms or relatively new built farms, this is kind of impossible for the traditional power focused technology. So that is why one direction that was very hot in China is the few shots focused technology to tackle this problem. Another factor is a large amount of the wind farm and the solar power plants are located very close to each other in a relatively large area as a cluster. We call it the power plant clusters. For these farms, you could see here that they have for the physical distance, they are very close to each other and has a relatively similar climate type and weather type, so has a relatively high correlation to each other. So we hope to build up a model to consider these whole clusters as into one model, instead of to do it independently, but to combine them into one model. So we call it integrated focused model, which also works very well. Yes, and this is the fact for China, and also the challenge for Chinese focusing technology. So to solve those challenges, so we hope to produce some of new technologies to deal with. So I would like to introduce these technologies from these three aspects: input, model, and data. So the first one is the NWP. As David said, that this is very important, and I like the question also to compare to discuss about the physical NWP model and also the machine learning model. I would say that in China, so because we have a relatively complex terrain and also the complex weather, so we hope to downscaling the resolution from these 3 to 9 kilometers down to 100 meters or so. But which is now in China, we found that from the physical model, it's very difficult to downscaling to such low level as the 100 meter. That is why we build up a new weather prediction model to transfer the physical-based weather prediction to the AI-based weather prediction. We call it the AWP instead of NWP. So this is a purely AI-based the model to build up the weather prediction. It's quite relatively simple. It's three-dimensional CNN algorithms to describe the space correlation. We input the initial field meteorological parameters and topography data into the CNN model, and then generate the wind speed, time series wind speed for every wind turbine location. We have seen this result for this AWP error will be 2.4 meter per second, while the NWP error will be quite similar. But if you continue to do a correction on both of the AWP and the NWP, I would say that the AWP result the error of the AWP can be further reduced by nearly 1 meter per second. So one features you could see for the NWP, it is quite smooth, but for the AWP, you could somehow can trace nicely to the measured wind speed. And that is why we call it, it could improve the resolution from the space scale and also the time scales. We found that it's used quite well for different horizons from the 1 day ahead to 2 weeks or so. And the second technology I would like to introduce is from the model part. Here is this picture shows that yes, in this region, this is very common in China. There are very large scale, large capacity of wind and solar, so they share the same weather systems. You could see very clear correlation. This is 4 different province in China. I took them here as an example. So this color shows the correlation. So the darker of the color would be show is a higher correlation. So red would be the positive correlation. This blue and the green would be the negative correlation. So you could see that these wind and the solar power plants have very clear or relatively strong correlation to each other. So there is no way to build up an independent model for each power plant, but an integrated model. We call this model fracture as multi-to-multi mapping, and you could use it in different scales, in regional scales, plant scale, and turbine scales. If the scales will be like this. This is one example. If you use this multi-to-multi fractures into the probabilistic forecast, this is one picture for if you use this into the seasonal forecast. For this picture on the right hand side, I hope to use these 4 pictures to show why it can be used very well to show, to improve the forecast accuracy. So this one would be the real correlation for these 8 wind farms. So you could see they have a clear correlation, but very different from each other. But if this raw NWP correlation, I took this NWP data as example, you could see they are quite similar to each other, nearly to 9.5% of the 95% of the correlation, so quite different from the reality. If you use the independent focused model, you could somehow change this into this situation, but still different from that one. And this D figure, you could see this is the results generated from the multi-to-multi model. You could see it could review the real correlation. So that is why we use this. It works very well in China. And for these powers, this focusing structure can use very well in different time scales. So we try these fractures in down from the 1 minute scales, 4 hour ahead, 1 day ahead, and 1 year ahead. So for this minutes, hour, and the day ahead, days ahead forecast, we focused the power generation. So the units would be kilowatts. So for the 1 year, it is monthly forecast. So it's 1 day for 1 day energy. So it's the energy forecast. So you could see it compares the independent focused results to the integrated focused results. You could see it works. It kind of works better in different time scales, and this is the curves for different time scales. We use it in China for different provinces. Here's 2 examples from Jiangxi province in the southern area of China. And this one is in the Mongolia, which locates in the northern part of the China. So by using such integrated model, you could see we use this use one model for the whole province, and it generates better results. And third one is from the data part, the few shot one. So yes, I think for the new built wind farm and also for the extreme weather, which yes, it can generate a huge risk to the power system, but it rarely happens. So very little data we could use to build our focus model. And for the traditional model, algorithms is data-intensive method. So how to deal with this field data problem? That is why we generate the few shot algorithms, like the meta learning or so. So you could see from here, it also works very well. But I have to say that At the moment, it works very well in the ultra short-term focus, but and the short-term for the seasonal part is not that much good. But it's, you know, for us, it is still a new direction for the research. So I think it's still a long way to go. Yes, here is the results for you could see this is the short-term 1 day ahead results. Yes, the conclusion would be yes, aiming the 3 challenges are focusing especially for the Chinese feeders. We have done works from 3 aspects: the input, the weather prediction part, and also the model. We hope to use integrated model structure to deal with the Chinese large-scale power plant clusters, and also the data to deal with the seasonal forecast and the new build of new build farm, and also the extreme weather, which has very few data to training data for our focused modeling. Yes, thank you. That's all of my part. Thank you.
Thank you, Gia. I think we have time for a question or two. I have, yeah.
It's not clear to me what's the few shot power prediction actually, how it's working, what's done.
Yes, so the voice is not very clear. So I think you are asking the few shot how the few shot focus works, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. We hope to like this. You can see the screen.
Yeah.
Here we use the wind farm. We use the data from other wind farms, but can be correlated to these new farms. We use similar data to build up a model, but we could use like here, for example, like we use 1 year wind farm data, other farms data to build up a model, and use just 3 or 5 days data for this new build, for these new farms to refine this model, and then to improve this model. If you just use other wind farm data to build up the model, they will be like this much accuracy. But after the refine with just 3-day data, you could largely improve your accuracy to these new wind farms. This is for the traditional focus. But if you are talking about some extreme weather focus, they will be quite challenging, because you can find very similar or very close farms to build up a data samples to your farm. But we try that like the icing focus, we use some data from US, this public data set, to build up a model and transfer this model into the Jiangxi province icing problem focus. It works relatively not that much good than this, but it's much better. Is much better than nothing. So that is you could interpret it as a transfer learning or something, but not that much the same about the to the transfer learning, because the refining mechanisms is different.
Thanks. I had a question on the 1 year forecast. How do you actually do the traditional 1 year forecast?
You mean the power focus or energy focus, or?
You showed a graph that we actually had a 1 year forecast, and I was wondering, is that just climatology? Yeah, there.
Yeah, so we try different input. So for the wind power focus, we find that if you just use the the meteorological data and the power data to make a time series forecast, they will be works very well. But for the solar power, it's different. We find that if you only use the time series data of the power itself, it generates better results. So it's different from the wind. We tried that for I think 5 provinces, and it go to the same conclusion.
Okay, thanks. We had no more questions in the chat, then I think we'll head on and go to Irene.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Irene Schicker is from what used to be ZIMG and now is called Geosphere Austria. And she's collaborating with the task for a number of years now, and especially in the field of S2S predictions.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. So yes, we changed our name, we changed our legal structure, and we changed the number of people with the start of this year. So we're now not only meteorologists and geophysicists, but also geologists, which means we also add now thermal energy to our overall energy portfolio. But now it's more on the post-processing side for subseasonal forecasts. And we are not as far as others you heard today. We just started with this project and the post-processing part last year. And our motivation basically is, this is what the S2S forecast looks like for Austria. And you see in the magenta triangles, they show you where we have wind energy right now. There is something being built in the mountain regions now, somewhere around here. So they started building it last year, I think, and this year it should be operational. It's not in the valley, it's somewhere on a plateau called Winsfeld. And close by, in a skiing resort, maybe some of you know, called Hinterklemm, they plan to build turbines. And this is somewhere around here. So we start having more wind energy sites in the mountainous regions. They also plan to build something in Tyrol and Vorarlberg in the near future. But this is what it looks like for Austria. And if you move to the subseasonal or extended range predictions, which have a resolution roughly like ERA 5, it's hard to get meaningful predictions, especially for those regions. And those here are also located in mountainsides, but not as high and not as rugged as the ones which are being currently built here. So we do need better resolved forecasts for this range. And we started last year with the idea, let's see how downscaling and post-processing works out. Does it make sense at all for the S2S data? And if it makes sense, then we move into semi-operational, and then we might have to change also the data background, because the S2S data is not available on time for us and has a delay of more than 5 days. And we also thought of, in the beginning, we start with temperature and precipitation, and we add all the other parameters once we have 2 parameters fixed. Yeah, this is what the Inca topography looks like. It's 1.1 kilometers. And this topography is our target topography. So we go from S2S and extended range resolution to 1 kilometer. In total, last year we had roughly 10 personnel a month, 2/3 of it reserved for post-processing, and this year we have less. So yeah, we're not as far as we wanted it to be, and it limits a bit, but we're still trying to do the best out of it. So how does it look like if I just interpolate it? Not that good. If I compare it to the INCA analysis for temperature, this is what we would get for one date. Same for wind. And if we use the S2S forecast for the next day 46, it is actually for that case not that far off the overall picture, but for wind, we don't get exactly what we need. So this was the idea, just to go ahead and see. And we have as input data for the project last year, we used the S2S data, the ensemble members that were provided by the S2S challenge. We have the high resolution topography of the INCA data. And for this year, for semi-operational, we're using the extended range forecast. Our target or ground truth is the INCA data. INCA is actually an analysis and nowcasting tool, which provides also downscale forecasts for the next 48 hours. It is fed right now by the Austrian ARUM model, which has a resolution of 2.5 kilometers. And the analysis is built in a way that we use the background field from the NWP model. We have the observations, and then we have some sort of physical empirical interpolation onto the grid. These data are available hourly, and we aggregated them to daily temperature. And we have a daily precipitation product from 7 to 7, I think, is the aggregation period. And for wind, we did the same as we did for temperature and made daily analysis. For verification, we also, on the grid, we use INCA. We also use verification against stations. Those are our synop stations. There are roughly 250 sites. What we also have in Austria, and you can see here South Tyrol, and a bit of Switzerland, is the Spartacus data set. And Spartacus is a homogenized data set, which in theory would be even better to use for downscaling, but it has temperature and it has precipitation. So we don't have wind, and that's the advantage and the reason why we use INCA. We have wind speed in INCA, we have global radiation in INCA, we have a cloudiness parameter, we have gustiness, and we have a couple of other parameters. So as long as we don't have this for Spartacus, we stick with INCA. And we also use the INCA climatology for verification to see if we are better than the climatology. The methods, just in short, we use a couple of methods. Some are finished, some are in between finishing the runs. We have the episodes model, which is an empirical statistical downscaling methods of the DWD. And our colleague was working closely with DWD also to improve it in parts. We're not using the climate change guidance here. And you can see here from the grid, episodes need a large grid and a smaller grid, and has sort of a two-way down scaling approach. And it's based on Fortran. Quite interesting. We also use the SAMOS and GMOS model. These are based on the ensemble model output statistic idea of which is quite old now, of Tillman Kneiting. And the advantage of SAMOS is that we don't actually need the whole field. SAMOS uses the anomalies of the observations and the forecast anomalies and fits on the residuals, which also has the advantage we are fitting on the residuals, so we don't need a separate model for every grid point or every station. We just can throw everything into one pot and downscale it, which makes it also computationally a bit easier. GMOS has a similar idea, but has the topography as feature. And SAMOS is also made in a way that it's not purely statistics anymore, but the colleague added some sort of feature boosting of the machine learning methods. So it's kind of a mixture of machine learning and statistics. And what we implemented as well is a super simplistic classical feed-forward network with a couple of hidden layers, not specially tuned. We also implemented the unit, and here to account for the extreme events, we added a specified loss function, which is a weighted MSE. We also looked into the weighted MAE. We would also have the Sierra loss function implemented, but we didn't use it here. And for wind speed, we were using a conditional GAN. And we also implemented a random forest, which had some challenges as well, but Petrina will tell a bit more on that. What we do not show today is the unit and the random forest because we ran out of storage. And we got the storage last week extended. So another issue, we had at the beginning 10 terabytes of storage, but some methods need more storage than others. And so we ran out of storage for that. And this is kind of an overview, but a not complete one of all the methods we implemented and we looked into. And the idea was as well to look which method performs best, and maybe an ensemble of methods actually works best for our applications. So for temperature, we had a look at the weekly aggregates. We also had a look at the daily data, and for the weekly aggregates, you see in top row the ECMWF from week 1 to week 4, and below the weeks 5 to 8. So this is ECMWF, and we see it's kind of a varying bias here. This is the height correction, just to prove the point that we are better than the height correction. This is what GMOS would give us, and SAMOS looks pretty much the same, and there are some small details which are not identical, but we see already that SAMOS has another philosophy behind and GMOS, and this is the lead, this super simple neural network bias correction thing. And what we also see is that it's for that date, I was showing you the height correction actually performed best. It's not the result we wanted to have, but it's a result. Also, the simple neural network is not so bad, but that's really just for that case. GMOS, SAMOS are pretty similar, and also the climatology is not that far off. Overall, the GMOS method actually performed best if you leave out the climatology. And the climatology here is the Inca climatology based on the years 2014 to 2018. So it's not a long climatology, but it's a concise climatology because before 2013, Inca, 2014, Inca had a different resolution, not resolution, a different domain, smaller domain. So it's the Inca climatology here, and it consists already of the more or less warmer years. So if you look into weekly aggregates versus daily aggregates for the overall domain, we see that SAMOS and GMOS are actually not that bad and perform quite well. And if we look into some side results, so we have here climatology week 1, ECMWF SAMOS, and here we have week 8. And we see that, yes, climatology did perform quite good on the spatial grid. But if we go to the sites and make a site evaluation, the picture is a bit different. And for the precipitation, we have more or less similar results. And also for wind, we're still in the beginning of improving what we have from the GAN here. And for wind, we also are thinking of implementing the GMOS and SAMOS method this year, but we're not quite sure if we managed to finish it. So maybe for wind, this GAN will be the only thing we finish this year. which is not ideal because, yeah, we can calculate heating degree days, cooling degree days, so all degree days we want to calculate. We can add some precipitation and hydrological indices and calculation of wind indices, but to be able to provide something more meaningful for the energy community, we need more. And we will see we are halfway through this year, so we have more or less 3 personal months left for this year, so not that much. And what we also saw it's hard to improve the S2S forecasts, especially if we only use temperature as the only input feature. If you're not adding something like time of the day or temperature in 850 hectopascal or pressure. So in this case, we were really using only temperature, except for the episodes model. Episodes needs more input parameters. Yeah, we need to tune the models, but the most methods are in general quite good and something we can live with. And the advantage of the most methods is we can draw ensemble members. Yeah, and we're planning to add more parameters next year, so we hope to extend the project next year. But we're also looking for external funding for some of the ideas we have for the S2S forecast. And what is not shown here, colleagues did look into downscaling of the CS5 data using the Inca model and using the Surfex model. So they were dynamically downscaling the CS5 products. And the reason why I'm not showing their results is the conclusion of those downscaling results is past day 5, there is no meaningful skill left in the downscaling results. And the CS5 data are available for us 5 days past initialization. And that's why they stopped working on dynamical downscaling for the CS5 data. We do have some big questions remaining, especially for the verification. What shall we use as baseline, what to include in general, what to add also with focus for renewables. Physical consistency, we are now in the univariate post-processing except for episodes. How to keep the physical consistency, how do we guarantee that it's not too far off or that we have snowfall for precipitation and it doesn't match with other parameters. So this is something we have to think of how to deal with that. And the other thing is the storage issues, especially if you go into this semi-operational or operational business with methods like SAMOS or which is trained sort of on the fly using the past 3 forecasts plus reforecasts. It adds up quite a lot of data. So you need to download quite a lot of data from the ECMWF. You need to store the data, and it's also nothing you then throw away after you have your forecast finished. So this will also be quite an issue in the next years. Also, we need to store the historical data for all methods, the historical targets, and we have to have them in-house and not somewhere on the cloud where we pay transfer fees. Yeah, so the big question is how to deal with the data amount for all methods. Yeah, but Petrina will have more issues being encountered.
Thank you.
What size of data are we talking about? How many petabytes? So for Inca, if you convert the nice ASCII format to NetCDF, so for Inca we have this super nice, super storage nice ASCII format, and Inca has 700 times 400 grid points, and it's 1.4 megabytes per hour. If you need training data for roughly 10 years, what would be good? Already the target data add up a lot. for the reforecast data, because we cannot use the full 20 years of reforecast because it doesn't date back that long. But it's still reforecast of 10 years for 5 parameters cropped to the domain we need, which is -5 to 25 and 40 to 61, I think, because episodes need this bigger grid. 1.7 gigabytes per run. Then that's the reforecast without ensemble members. And then you have to decide how many ensemble members you want to have, plus yeah, plus additional data. So it adds up. Yeah.
Thank you. I wonder how you deal with the bias correction. So we know that the S2S data comes with reforecasts because we know that the model drifts. So you do need to look at the anomalies. And in particular, so sitting here without having ever got my hands dirty with the sophisticated downscaling method, I'm thinking my easiest way to do something with it would be to take the coarse grid anomalies predicted by the forecast and add them to an observed methodology, assuming that sort of in an area that the anomaly would be in the same direction. That would be a benchmark that I would start. Have you tried something like this?
That's basically what SAMOS does.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the baseline of the SAMOS method, and then some additional parameters are added, like a function for the altitude, I think, a function for lat long, plus, well, not in this case because we have a day, but normally if you go to hourly, we have an additional function for time of the day. And I think here we have a function of day of the year.
That might be more economical in terms of data handling, because without a reforecast, you will never be able to get the right, well, it'll be very hard to get the right information, however high the spatial resolution, because the model does come to being built large scale, small scale, any scale bias.
Seems your verification is mostly MAE, RMSE over your entire sample, and many of the users have interest in the value is the anomalies, the large anomalies, which are relatively rare and frequent. Are you using any metrics that focus on the performance and the methods in the large anomalies?
I have implemented the ACC, for instance, but I didn't show it. And we will also look into the anomalies. We just couldn't decide on which way we're going to do it first. And then we actually ran into the issue of running out of storage. So we're still missing also the episodes model on the Inca grid. It's finished, but it's not yet available for me. So once we have all the models, then we also look into the anomaly and the skills, anomaly skills.
Thank you. Nothing here, nothing there. So then, thank you again.
Stop sharing.
Yeah. And we're going to Petrina Papazek also from Geosphere Austria.
Can you see the slide?
Yes, we can see the slides and we can hear you.
Okay, great. So I speak about the challenges we encountered in starting in the subseasonal post-processing, which is in our field something like data pre-processing, forecasting methods, and the verification. So I have here a quick outline. So we're gonna briefly have the motivation, our perspective on the occurring challenges, briefly the solutions, and also the planned next steps. So on the motivation, so recently, I would say we have some significant advances in the subseasonal and seasonal prediction of NWP. One advantage of using this S2S data is that they come with multi-model ensembles, and this can be rather useful. In the area of now renewables, we need high quality meteorological forecasts for managing power plants and energy consumption over all timescales. But this newly available S2S data just does not come without issues. So for instance, we got to account for high computational costs, and that can come with different aspects in the computing system, such as memory usage and storage consumption, and also dealing with processing these ensemble members. For that matter, we have to live with limitations in the resolution, and often these raw products are still insufficient for small-scale renewable production sites like wind farms, PV, small hydropower catchments. And this is especially true when we're dealing with complex terrain. What we need here really are targeted forecasts with the parameters focusing on something like wind speed, temperatures, but also including heating degree days, precipitation, with also including the consecutive days and quite a few more. So basically, we aim at starting to work in this field and overcome these challenges in post-processing S2S for downscaling and post-processing. So here you have, again, our motivation slides with the wind farms, where we want to scale it to the 1 kilometer Inca grid with a much higher resolution. So next we touch a bit on the challenges in S2S forecasts. To recap and refine our aims, we have to look into the S2S initiative. Essentially, it gives us an S2S forecast in spatial resolution of 1.5 degree in spatial resolution and approximately 6 hours temporal resolution. But just as a short side note for operational purposes later on, it will be rather a switch to the extended range forecast. Still, this is generally not sufficient for renewables, especially for small-scale renewable production sites. So we basically need to work on post-processing and downscaling to make the most use of them. So we have here different challenges in the downscaling. We listed here a few, and we go into more detail in the upcoming slides. We like to see, on the one hand, look into the appropriate communication to the end user and customer on the forecasting products and their skill. On the other hand, we also need to take the uncertainty of results into account and handle the general interpretability. When starting these areas, we of course also have various implementation issues that can arise. This can be of purely technical nature in like accessing resources, data, or code portability. It might be some work to integrate other parameters than we are used to because we have long forecasting horizons now. And so we're basically starting from scratch to identify the most effective method that is suitable for us now. And of course, in the end of the day, we have to consider the issue of coming with the operationalization of a new forecast product. So one of the primary challenges in S2S forecast is also to build user awareness, to give them a better view on how to use and interpret our forecast products. So we need to figure out how to extended range or subseasonal forecast behave. What we need is an adequate understanding of the general idea, and also think on how to communicate it and kind of anticipate what a user, the media, or the general public may expect and understand about the topic. We see that still it is often not too obvious to them that it is actually not a weather forecast. So in that respect, providing them with easy understandable guidelines, maybe even similar to IPCC summary reports, can be a good point to start. Especially end users need to be educated about the uncertainty so they can use our products in a good and meaningful way. So if possible, for good collaborations with the user, we would recommend to go for a feedback loop for post-processors on the one side with the users, possibly within a common workshop or similar event. There we may find input to some of these points, like do end users already see the benefit with our current state of post-processing compared to just the raw S2S extended range forecast? We may got to define different use cases to help us. And we may put an emphasis on now interesting parameters like heating, cooling, forecasting wind droughts in long time ranges that can be critical to the renewables and the wind field. So the next point is about the explainability, interpretability, and included uncertainty of the given forecast. So we need to understand how shall we interpret and somewhat deal with the varying degree of uncertainty. In fact, the process of downscaling and using long forecasting horizons typically gives a higher degree of uncertainty. Well, but also the effectiveness of one approach can vary greatly with the condition it was obtained. For instance, that can be dependent on the weather situation or local optimization and also the quality of input data. Traditionally, uncertainty is modeled by ensemble forecasts, including the metrics like spread and mean, but that also needs to be communicated. When we do increasingly popular AI tools in our workflow, we gotta be careful too. AI tends, for example, to smoothen results and always requires lots and lots of tuning, especially in more complex setups. So this can be challenging in complex situations. Generally speaking, it's hard to improve subseasonal forecasts over climatology. And one reason might be that the underlying data is an interpolated product of the higher resolved extended range forecast. So we conclude that any interpretation of results would better be with respect to the climatology. Starting to develop in these timescales, we usually face some difficulties with having a new forecast product and properly implement and optimize it to applications in the renewables. First, this will be about finding a good starting point for implementation that is feasible for resources and is also interpretable. When using existing code as a foundation for more tailored product, it still turns out hard to follow with the provided documentation to reach a real reproduction and also have a good code portability. This can be partly due to different computing environments and also probably of not full disclosure of the developers. So we often have to deal with pure technical issues in the implementation and also in the operationalization. This can include, and is not limited to, accessing sufficient resources, good memory, have all the data, but still remain feasible in large computations. So in long forecasting time horizons, we need to be careful with what parameters we select and what transformation we do. And often we also have to take into account that we have rather longish training times for certain models and need to overcome issues in the operationalization later on. So here is just another brief overview over the S2S approaches in Austria. As Irene has already talked about, it's just a very brief kind of recap. So essentially we downscaled the 1 kilometer Inca grid with daily lead times up to 46 hours and started off with some simple forecasting parameters. And we're still currently working on this set of simple methods adapted from existing codes and kind of work on the operationalization and struggle with sufficient data availability of energy providers and resources, which often means to find a proper workaround. And I'll also close this presentation with an outlook on the next step tackled in Austria. So we have learned that considering the multiple challenges in S2S forecasting is not always trivial, and we need both to integrate the developer and the end user into the process. Speaking of operationalization, that can often be a set of new difficulties, and we need to explore new data sets as others are not available and need more storage, but have to guarantee that computing resources and data connection is always provided. In validation, we often have to critically ask, is this post-processing approach then actually better than the climatology and the already available S2S product provided? And we often want to then add parameters, which can also be of difficulties. For future applications, we may think about downscaling to grid nodes. as we have many local nets local nets in Austria, but accessing sufficient data from the DSO can also be a bottleneck. And we may want to extend to daily and weekly values where we do have high resolution data available. So I thank you for your attention now.
Seeing the time, we have time for one question. None here, none on the chat. David.
Sorry, forgive me if I missed this in the presentation, but is the idea here there's a deterministic downscaling? So for a given ensemble member, the S2S forecast going to do one realization, the downscaled data. Just because is that enough? I'm just curious, how does it work? Is it, we're trying to work out how this then samples the local uncertainty, if we know the predictable signals in a large scale. Does that make sense? Is it a deterministic downscale in the sense of you end up with one downscale pattern per S2S forecast member?
So far, it's a deterministic downscaling from what I know.
Maybe I can answer this. So it's probabilistic for SAMOS, GMOS, and episodes. So SAMOS and GMOS work in a way that we use the ensemble mean and the ensemble spread, and then make the downscaling, and then you can problematize. Basically, for the random forest, I think we were using all ensemble members as input. I'm not quite sure. I think we ended up with one deterministic forecast, but you can vary that as well, setting the seed different or make initialization. And for the machine learning methods, we follow. So we did it for some, but not for all ensemble members. Using every ensemble member separately and fitting sort of but nothing like from the machine learning side, nothing like fitting to a ensemble mean and ensemble spread like we did ourselves, which would be another option. We did not do this.
Okay. Then next speaker is Allison Campbell from Pacific Northwest Laboratory.
How do you stop that? Ah. Yeah.
Thank you again, Petrina.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. My name is Allison Campbell. I'm a power systems data scientist at the Pacific Northwest National Lab in the United States. So I'm going to talk with you today about a wind power plant time series database that we are in the process of developing. One key point here is that it is open source, so it's intended to be used by the community, currently just for the United States. As an overview of the topics I'll hit on today, we'll start with data needs for power system models and forecasts across, spanning all of these applications. Then I will present the United States National Intra-Hour Wind Power Database, the namesake for the talk. And then finally, I'll touch on possibilities for extending the wind power database to other regions. So there are a lot of data needs for power system models and forecasts. On the right here is a preview of our visualization tool for the wind data portal. The colorations here are a function of the NERC regions, or the National Electricity Coordinating Council regions, and the size of these circles correlate with the installed capacity of the power plants. This is just a visualization of the types of data that will be available at each plant in the United States. But what I want to motivate here is that high resolution wind power time series are needed across all energy applications. So I put a table that is meant to just guide our understanding of this here. So across different applications, I work in power systems mostly. So that means that I think about applications in production cost models and optimal power flow. Specifically, in for myself, my work is a lot in imbalanced forecasts. So I do a lot of work in reserve calculations. And all of these need data at the plant level at either 1 minute or hourly resolution, preferably 1 minute, but for PCM, hourly is fine. When you go to operational forecasts, then we need 5 minute or hourly, depending on the application, the horizon, but always at the plant level for dispatch, and then seasonal to subseasonal. This isn't my domain specifically, but I gather that if you had hourly or plant level balancing level information, that would be useful. So what I want to say there is that almost all applications require or even benefit from generator or plant level time series. In addition to that, high temporal resolution is going to be especially crucial to characterize hourly and intra-hourly uncertainty. So the takeaway is that these forecasts are going to rely on a baseline time series for prediction of production anomalies. So we need this baseline to both create the forecasts and to identify if there are anomalies in these S2S forecasts. So underlining this is the need for open source data sets. The IEA Wind Task 36 accumulated a number of open source data sets, specifically for Europe, the RE Europe data set that covers roughly 3 years. It's nodally aggregated capacities at hourly resolution, 1 power curve, and then so it's not created specifically for plant level characteristics, nor anticipated installations. In the United States, we have the NREL Wind Toolkit that covers a baseline of 2004 through, that should actually say, I'm sorry, that should say 2013 or 2014, I can't quite remember. So this data set is gridded at 2 square kilometer and provides time series, power production time series for 126,000 sites at high temporal resolution. In extension from our Europe data set, this was built for composite wind power curves for 3 onshore wind classes and 1 offshore wind class. So it gets a little bit more information about the power curves and the response to the power curve. But again, these are not created for specific power plant characteristics, nor the anticipated installations. What we're developing at Pacific Northwest National Lab is a US National Intra-Hour Wind Power Database. This database relies on plant-specific turbine characteristics. We have a database through the US Energy Information Administration, or EIA, that has a very rich accumulation of plant-specific information. I'll discuss that in a moment. But in particular, there we have the actual power curve for each power plant. So what that means that we can do is provide 10 realizations of the wind power production at every single power plant as a function of 9 default power curves. We have them named by A, B, C, and 1, 2, 3. ABC for the technology class, meaning that as we get towards C, that is intended to be the wind power turbine for future turbines. And the wind speed class for higher average wind speeds. In addition to that, the actual power curve. And then that allows us also with these default 9 different types of power curves to create time series for both planned onshore sites, specific sites, and offshore power plants. We draw on hourly meteorology from era 5 with a 20-year baseline. The first generation wind toolkit from 2004 through 2006, and the HER data set for 2014 through 2020. That's for hourly resolution. And then for 5-minute meteorology, we draw on era 5 that has been super resolved. I'll mention that in just a minute. The second generation wind toolkit and the third generation wind toolkit. So I know it's very small print here, but on the left, the y-axis increases in resolution from bottom to top, and the x-axis is time. So that shows the temporal overlap of the data sets, the meteorology data sets. So on the bottom, we have era 5, covers the full baseline at hourly resolution. The green towards the right is HER at 3 square kilometer resolution hourly. And then we have the first generation wind toolkit stays at hourly. The original wind toolkit is at 5-minute. And then, so NREL, as part of this project, they are our, we are collaborating with NREL on this project. They are in the process of super resolving era 5 from hourly 30 square kilometer to 5-minute 2 square kilometer. So I would follow up with NREL if you have questions on that. They're also using a GAN approach. And then that's fed through a conversion software. We're using the system advisor model to create the power curves. So a little bit on the wind power plant specifics. In the United States, we have information from the EIA, that's the Energy Information Administration, on the interconnect that we're going to, the balancing authority, the utility, the plant, the collector. So this means that we have a very rich data set of the turbines, of the power curves, and a plethora more of information. Some examples of this are the wind generating asset data. So at the plant level from the EIA, I've highlighted the things that we're using mostly, but you know, all of these data are very useful in the process of converting from meteorology to power. We are enabled to validate these are synthetic power time series against you know, the available public actual production, because we have information about the operational status and status changes of the wind power plants. In addition to that, the United States Geological Survey has data sheets on the turbine manufacturer, turbine model, hub height, rotor diameter, as well as the power curves for almost all of the power plants in the United States. So one example here for a power plant in Washington State. So United States here, we have Seattle on the top left, Portland in the mid left, and then on the, so that little pin mark right there, the red one, is on the far eastern edge of Washington State. There is a power plant, a wind power plant called Fröhlich, and the image on the top right is from the USGS. Oh, I can't actually see it in there. It's from that turbine database that I mentioned in the last slide, which gives us a lot of information about the layout of the plant, the hub height of each turbine. And this is available to us, that we can link these data sets based on the plant code for each turbine, or sorry, for each power plant that's available in one of the forms from EIA. In addition to this, each of the tables contains different information, but it's all keyed on the plant code. So for example, this power plant called Fröhlich has 58 turbines, but some of the wind plants might have additional generators. So we have a power plant, or I think you know, in Europe we call it a farm, and then underneath that you have different generators. So this is one power plant that is itself one generator. That means that it's connecting into the substation, and that power plant has 58 turbines. So additional information that's available to us is the predominant turbine manufacturer and the model. So then we are able to incorporate the turbine layout into a conversion software that, called SAM, and create the power curves. I'm sorry, create the time series. So the what is this called? There's a database that you might know about called the windturbinemodels.com. they have a large cache of power curves for turbines, not just in the United States, across the entire world. It's a massive inventory of power curves. So finally, after creating these time series, it's crucial to validate against the available public data that we have to identify, how useful are these data, especially given that they're high spatial and temporal resolution. How useful are they when we want to create our forecasts or use them for interconnection studies or production cost model studies? So we are adopting validation at hierarchical aggregation levels. If we start on the bottom left here, there are some balancing authorities in the United States that provide high temporal resolution production or generation data. For example, the Bonneville Power Administration, and in California, the CAISO provide 5-minute system production at their balancing level. So that means that it's not at the power plant level, but since we've produced the time series at the plant level, we can aggregate it according to whether it was in service or not in service from one of our previous data sheets. We can aggregate that and then calculate, was this the actual production in that time period? And then to the bottom right, we have another Energy Information Administration form that provides hourly megawatt produced at the balancing authority level. However, it's useful to note that for some of these balancing authorities, there's only one power plant producing it at a time. So what that means is that Palouse is in Avista, and that is shortened to AVA. So in 2018, Palouse was the only power plant that was interconnected into Avista. So that allows us to do high spatial validation of this time series. Beyond that, then we have to the top right, balancing authority level hourly validation, and then EIA also produces monthly production at the power plant level. So there's these different aggregations that we can do to accomplish validation. We're also validating with some private data sets, but the point here is that there are some public data sets available, and the goal of this project is to have information about how good the time series, the power time series are at each location. So we might not have the proprietary data. I'm not talking about that specifically on this slide, but we are validating against proprietary data as well. But then on our final database, we will know, okay, when validated against these public data sets, this is how it does. And then when validated against private data sets, we might have information about the RMSE, coarse information, but all the same, very useful at this high temporal and spatial resolution. All right, so I wanted to mention that the metrics we're providing will be at the daily, monthly, and seasonal level, in addition to hourly and 5-minute. So these different aggregation levels, obviously providing RMSE. We're also providing correlation across, each time stamp. So that there I'm saying direct correlation, auto correlation with lag 1, cross correlation between sites, and then also auto correlation, cross correlation with lag 1. So that means there's a little of the Columbia, and this is an area of the Pacific Northwest where operators would like to know if one wind power, should I? Oh, all right. I'm going to say, okay. Do I say okay to this? Okay, we'll say yes. Okay. In the Columbia River Gorge, it's this, it's a river that goes out to the coast, and there's a lot of power plants in this region, and the system operator in this region would like to have information about the cross correlation of different power plants. So I mentioned cross correlation at lag 1. If a power plant upstream has cross correlation with lag 1 with another power plant downstream, that tells us that the operator can anticipate a weather front moving in. So you can incorporate that into their operational schema. So finally, I'll touch on opportunities for extending the wind power database. The plot here is all existing wind power, onshore wind power plants in European countries. So what is needed to produce this database is obviously first and foremost meteorology. So we've been using the ERA 5 hourly, but then super resolved to 5-minute and 2-kilometer. So there's the link to the paper that this approach is based on in the bottom right. And then crucial to this is power plant characteristics inventory. From the EIA database, we largely use the number of turbines, the predominant turbine manufacturer, the turbine layout as well, so that we can incorporate information about wake effects, the power curve. But again, these are available not just for the United States. This database contains power curves for, I think, any power curve that is created in most countries. It is not a complete data set, but it's not specific to the United States. And then to model the conversion to power, we also need the hub height, rotor diameter, rated wind speed, and I mentioned the plant layout. In looking for some examples of these data sets to do this work for outside of the United States, it appears that NCEPU does have some data against which one could validate. Not having the most intimate familiarity with this data set, it seems that there's inconsistent availability for validation. However, I think that's true across most regions. And then finally, there is another paper that I'm listing here, an open source wind and wind power data sets for use in comparison against forecasts. But again, they note inconsistent availability of data sets. So that's what I wanted to present to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Do we have any questions from here? Several. Kim?
Okay, I was interested in the validation of wind power produced. I know in Germany particularly, we have the problem that what is produced is definitely very much influenced by what the system operator is doing on the turbines. They're shutting them down, and then suddenly your meteorological data is way off.
Yeah.
Do we have the same problem in the US or?
Sometimes. So California system operator does provide information about curtailment orders. So in that region, that's the only region I'm aware of that is currently providing that information publicly. But then obviously, so it's kind of like you need a few things. If you have the system operator's final dispatch, but you don't have information about curtailment, then you need information about, you need both of those to understand, what was the potential for the production. Conversely, if you had a data set for the potential for production against which to validate, that would be helpful. So that's where we've been working with industry to validate against the wind production at the plant site. So that means that we have turbine specific power production, not necessarily what was curtailed. But yeah, it's hit or miss, and it's an area that we hope to grow into as well. So the talk earlier about maintenance and as such, that's something that we're very interested in incorporating. Yeah.
Maybe to add to the previous question, looking at national grid as I do, our industry has power available that each wind farm calculates based on if they've been curtailed. This is the level that they would be able to turn to if the curtailment was released. Do you have anything like that in the United States?
Certainly in California. The only other one that I'm familiar with is that New York ISO is planning to release that sort of information soon, but they haven't incorporated it into their public data stream. Yeah, but I'm glad to hear that you're doing that. Yeah.
So were these manufactured power curves? Like
No.
Manufactured power curves.
Well, do you mean manufactured, like we are creating them, or from the manufacturer?
From the manufacturer.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no fixing of the curve.
We are having to fit the curves for a few of them, but most of them are available.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're using the existing set that are available to fit the remainder.
And then the ERFI super result data, how's that being calculated?
So that's being conducted at NREL. I could direct you to the team that's doing that work.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the final, the link from the paper conference.
Which one?
This one.
This one. Oh, I put the DOI, so it's not the easiest to write down.
Okay.
Yeah.
The slides being shared.
Yep.
Okay.
Brilliant.
Also, if
I'll
you
give us a
come to
slide.
me, then
That's all right.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
One quick one, sorry. I was interested about the modeling of the wake effects. Is that something that you're handling at the plant level, or are you willing to, take into account the interaction of the plants?
We're doing it at the plant level, not between the plants. Yeah.
But I mean, when you are evaluating in your aggregations at these different levels, that's likely to.
I see what you're saying.
Way.
Yeah. No, that's not something we're incorporating, but if you know about that, then we might want to talk later so we could improve the approach. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then we're a bit behind the program, but I hope we can shift that a little bit to the back, and none of you have urgent things to do afterwards, except going to the pub and having a beer. That will wait for us.
I can make it quick, don't worry.
Yeah, no worries. It's sort of traditional that these workshops rather value the discussions.
Yes, there you go. So hi everyone, sorry we're running a bit late, but I think I'll be willing to catch up a bit. I'll tell you why. So my name is Paula Gonzalez. I'm currently a senior scientist in the industry science and consultancy team at the Met Office. But I'm going to be presenting some work that's prior to my current appointment, when I was still a postdoc here in David Brayshaw's Energy Meteorology group. Because I was a late addition to the workshop, we didn't really plan that well. So there was some overlap between our talks that I'll try to avoid. So that's why I'll make it a bit quicker. But yeah, we cover the motivation for the project in particular, and in general for the use of this S2S forecast for energy applications. I think I wanted to bring up something that came out from an event that some of you might be aware of, but David also leads an annual workshop on the next generation challenges on energy climate modeling. From within that, a few years back, I was leading a breakout group on S2S applications in particular, and we had this little Menti poll between the participants of that discussion about what were some limiting factors and features that they were looking for in these S2S forecasts. So I think this leads nicely into what are the potential roles that these post-processing applications of the forecast might have. So two things that I want to bring up from this is that one thing that was a bit surprising to us is that if you look at this, they weren't particularly pulled by the resolution of the forecast in particular, but a lot more about definitely the skill levels, but also in terms of the presentation of the forecasts themselves. And it's also that kind of like is highlighted here as well in terms of incorporating new forecasting tools, that those are some aspects that are important for users. So, I mean, within this S2S4E project, the contributions from Reading were kind of like along the lines of these topics. The first two were pretty much covered by David, but I'll be happy to take on any other questions that remain from those. So I'm very quickly going to move to the last bit, that was the contribution that we agreed on, that is this idea of using some machine learning tools with the specific application of multi-model combinations. So why do we care about that? Is because, I mean, there's now an abundance of S2S forecasting systems available, and it's a known feature in the community that by combining them, we can gain skill. And this idea was that perhaps through some of these methods, we can learn to combine them a bit more smartly. So one limitation that, I mean, there's a lot of research going in the area of multi-model combinations. The machine learning is definitely not the only way. But in general, the more traditional combination methods, they have the limitation that they have static weights. So this can be just combining all the ensemble members with equal weights. More typically, they are combined based on a skill assessment, right? So they can be weighted according to how well they perform. But this has an issue that it ignores some changes in forecast skill that we are aware that they exist, such as with the season, but also with changes in the models themselves, and also with this issue of state dependence, knowing that certain situations in the atmosphere are more predictable than others, so we know that some models might perform better. So we decided to test a particular family of machine learning algorithms that is called online prediction, or also sequential learning. And the idea is that they are based on combining a set of experts, as David was mentioning before, that these are basically just predictors, that they are rebuilt sequentially, right? So that's the only constraint that we have. They can take on different forms. They can be just a number, as we were doing before. They could just mean states and things like that. So it's easy to combine different kinds of experts through this approach. The advantages of using this method is particularly to try to overcome that constraint of the traditional multimodal approaches, that it is that this will allow us to have weights of the different experts that can vary in time. Okay? So these weights are going to be changing in time, trying to minimize the loss function, which is typically the case with these machine learning algorithms. And another important aspects that these methods have is that they allow us to create a different set of weights, or a different mixture that fits each quantile of the distribution. So we end up with a probabilistic forecast at the end. The difference with the traditional approach is that these are no longer going to be trajectories, so these are not ensemble members, but we do have a probabilistic forecast at the end. And another important feature of these methods in particular is that they are able to discard predictors that are not suitable. So we don't have any risks of having them in the system just because we initially incorporating them. So in our approach, we were using, as David presented before, two ensemble predictions from two of the S2S systems, the ECMWF and NCEPU. And we started with a set of experts that we split initially in two, the blue and green boxes. First, we have a set of experts that are solely driven by the forecast, so NWP-based experts that are the quantiles derived from the ensemble distribution, but also some simpler experts that can contain something just like the seasonality in the signal. For example, just taking the maximum and the minimum of the ensemble. And we did that for the two models separately. But then we also incorporated some other experts that were driven from reanalysis. In our case, there are 5. Again, this could be representing the climatology. So basically, we also consider the quantiles of the climatology, but also some other typical experts that could be considered could be persistence just from the week before and also from the year before, and also some simple experts that just describe the seasonality in the variables. And though when we combine this into a new prediction, we compare those predictions with standard forecasts, like our baseline predictions. Obviously, one that's, because we are working specifically on testing the multimodal combination, one that we want to test against is just the simple combinations or equal weights of the ensemble. But then we also test against the climatology, and something that in the literature specific to these systems are called the oracles. That is just the basic optimal linear combinations of the experts. These are kind of like hard to beat to some extent because they have full knowledge of the period, whereas in our methods, the experts are revealed sequentially. So these are just, they know the whatever 10 years of data that we have, and we just build them the best linear combination. So those are the oracles. So how this cycle works is that we basically initially have a set of predictors that we will build from these initial sets that I described. We use the algorithms to create a combination, and we do this for each quantile of the distribution, right? So we iterate through the quantiles and we end up with a probabilistic forecast at the end. We tested 2 different types of algorithms that these are 2, BOA and EGA. There's some more out there in this specific family of the sequential learning algorithms. And we did 2 different experiments. One that was considering all the experts, so both sets here, and one that was NWP only. So only the information that was carried by the models was included there. So this is just an initial view of the skill that we found for UK demand in particular, and looking at the deterministic skill. So this is just looking at the pinball losses of the 50th quantile, which actually means the mean absolute error. So that's one of the advantages of using this specific pinball loss, that it translates nicely into metrics that we typically use to evaluate the forecast. So when we look at it deterministically, the pinball loss of Q50 is the mean absolute error. And when we go through all quantiles, it approximates the CRPS that David was describing before. So what we see here is that, I mean, we have a set of different baselines and forecasts that we tested. Here is just looking at the actual pinball losses for all the different weeks of the forecast. And here we're actually presenting it as an improvement relative to this particular baseline, that is the equal weight combination. So we can see that all these BOA and EGA combinations beat the equal weight combination for most weeks, specifically looking at the deterministic level, right? And in particular, most of the advantages are coming from the longer lead times. So as I was describing at the beginning, one of the features of these systems is that they end up with varying weights. So here we're just looking at what this combination actually looks like in terms of the weight, but it's obviously because they evolve, these are averages, right? So these are the average weights of our resulting systems for week 1 and week 3 in particular here. And this is one of the algorithms, and this is the other one. So we have here the quantiles, right, that we chose from the models as experts. This first model is NWF, the second model is NCEPU, and then we have another whole set of experts that we consider that were reanalysis based. So what I wanted to highlight from this figure is 2 things. One, obviously, is that, I mean, it's easy to see, and as David mentioned, we are finding that the skill of ECMWF is higher. In particular, part of that is just due to the fact that our truth is 5, but that's what these results are telling us. In this initial week, there's not a lot of difference between the weights that are assigned when we compare our 2 experiments, considering all experts or only the model-based experts. But if we move to week 3, we start to see that in the full experiment, where we're actually considering reanalysis-based predictors, they start gaining weights as well. So, but then we also wanted to extend to looking at the probabilistic skill, so the skill throughout the quantiles. And what we are seeing here is kind of like the little crosses that we were seeing before. Here it's all of our systems, and we are evaluating that improvement in the pinball loss, so a decrease in the pinball loss for each of the quantiles. And the idea is to see whether we're gaining skill that's close to the center of the distribution, or if we are just gaining skill along the distribution. We can see here for week 2, all these color lines are actually these BOA and IEA results of our combinations. We have here in gray the oracles. Like I was saying, these are kind of hard to miss, so hard to beat, because they actually are trained with the whole period. But I mean, regardless, near the center of the distribution, they are already being beaten at week 2. And if we move to week 5, we see that the improvements are actually across the full PDF. What we wanted to look at now is like how we actually combine the information across the quantiles, and this is when we actually use this quantile mean pinball loss, that it's an approximation for the CRPS. It would be perfect if we had infinite quantiles, but in this case it's an approximation that's limited by the how thinly we can discriminate in the quantile space. And what we are seeing here, I mean, in this case, all the methods are being sorted according to the skill for week 3. So it means that this is the best one for week 3, and then we move on. And we're actually seeing that the two main results. One is that obviously this, as we were seeing for the Q50, we're actually seeing that for the quantile mean, these methods are beating all of our other baselines. Again, in particular, most of the skill improvements are at longer lead times. And we're also seeing something else, that it is that a suggestion that the experiment that included reanalysis-based predictors actually beats the one that's only based on the models. So, I mean, as Chris was mentioning before, when we're working with machine learning algorithms, there's a lot of debate about the evaluation and where we are overfitting or not and whatnot. So, I mean, when actually publishing these results, we had to go through a lot of testing about whether these skill improvements were actually significant. So we tried multiple methods and so on. We were lucky that we were working in that project with a statistician, so we have the resources to test it in multiple ways. But this is just basically answering that question, whether these improvements are significant. And these are basically statistical tests of the difference in skill improvement between the different methods. And what we are seeing is basically these three statements in the left here. We're seeing that the sequential learning methods are generally better than the equal weight combinations. Everywhere that these are black, it means that they are statistically significant. And then we're seeing that the IEA method that we tested is slightly better than the BOA, but only at longer lead times. And we are also seeing that there are significant improvements from incorporating these reanalysis-based experts, in particular at longer lead times. This is just one of the tests that we did. We worked with another one that was called something like a model confidence set or something else, because this one it can be exposed to this multiple testing problem when you apply statistical significance, where the other one wasn't and whatnot. But yes, we are quite convinced that this has led to significant improvements. I don't remember the values, but they were small. It was around less than 10% improvement, but still statistically significant. And I showed some results that are based in demand, but we actually did that also for wind power and for a few different countries, and the results are in the paper if anyone is interested. Obviously, the actual levels of skill might be different because demand is based on temperature, which is a lot easier to forecast, but the improvements are significant equally in the other cases as well. So to try to kind of like include some discussion regarding this, and in particular the other things that David showed before. I mean, what we are trying to show is that obviously the S2S forecasts are relevant for energy decisions. That the grid point skill is limited, but this and other post-processing methods have been shown useful to extend that skill. But also, and that's why I brought up those multiple slides at the beginning. I think post-processing has a very key role that has to do with helping us create products that are tailored and friendly for the users in particular. My current work has a lot to do with that, with working more closely with the users. And I mean, the research is a few years old. I'm seeing a lot more uptake of this S2S forecast in the sector, which I think is great, and I'm sure it will lead to more improvements also from the science sector as well. Another point that is also relevant to some things that David showed before, like this idea of constraining the forecasts, is that we know that most of the skill is going to be constrained by the physics of this problem, this kind of like gap in the predictability that David was describing. So it's important to be aware that there might be this idea of windows of opportunity where these S2S forecasts are going to become a lot more relevant and skillful. Obviously, when we are focusing in particular in extremes, that's even going to be more of a challenge. And I left here a reference for another paper that we were involved in that actually looked at some specific case studies of that in particular. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Does your model say anything about the possibility of exceeding 40 degrees Celsius?
We are not predicting temperature. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Just to explain that, I've worked in national grid and we do demand forecasting. Very interesting. Last summer, the UK exceeded 40 degrees, and we found our models didn't predict them. And that was because of the way that people behaved during the really hot temperatures. By 35 degrees, people have already switched on every air conditioning apart. So as the temperature gets higher, demand doesn't get.
Yeah, I think in this case, I mean, we wouldn't be able to capture something like that in particular, in the sense that, I mean, it's going to be like the demand exceeding the highest quantile that we have in some sense. So it will be the same as a 35-degree event or anything like that.
So be interested to know a bit more about how the method deals with the extremes.
Yes, so this is definitely not built to be looking at the extremes in particular, right? So other than just trying to capture some information about the tails of the forecast, but not in particular for extremes. I mean, there are applications of S2S forecasts that look into extremes in particular. I work over other regions on things like that, and we use an idea similar to the pattern-based forecasting that David mentioned at the beginning, where the premise is that even though we might not be able, the models might not be able to capture such a localized event and such an extreme event and in temperature, they might be able to capture the large-scale circulation that drives that event, and then use climatological connections to try to forecast it better.
The paper you referenced in your last slide, that paper about the extreme.
Yes, that one is looking in particular at the performance of the S2S systems for extremes. It's case study based, but that's the I would say the philosophy behind it. That the idea is that because the skill levels are quite constrained in that space, it's more about looking for these windows of opportunity. And it has to do with those physical processes that David was describing at the beginning, where we know that, for instance, if it's like a specific MJO event that we know, we are monitoring the connection with something specific, like, you know, precipitation in Southeast Asia or something like that. So those extreme events are going to be connected specifically to the activity of that event. So that's what's providing that window of opportunity to getting longer range prediction for those extremes.
These online algorithms, what's the kind of training with the factory?
Well, it's a good question. I even incorporated information on that, but in principle, so they don't need to be trained because they are online, right? So what we did, so we tested different ways of doing that. What you gain from is just having a nice enough distribution of the initial weights, right? Because if you start from scratch, you just have equal weights, so these are going to start varying a lot. So you have a stabilization period, let's call it. But in principle, you could just start forecasting right away. What we did do is use a short period, I think something, it was 2 years or below 2 years, where we actually optimized some parameters in the algorithms. This had to do with two things. One is the learning rate, so how quickly these weights can change. And the other one is something that's called something like the forget factor, that has to do with how quickly a useless predictor is dropped. So those you could just fix them, or they have kind of like let's say default values, but you could use some optimization window. So we did that with kind of like a little bit of the hindcast period, and all of our verification is just running for the last 9 years of the hindcast period.
Takes 9 years worth of data.
No, that's our validation period.
Okay.
So I think we use around 3 years in total. So it's 2 years we optimize these parameters of the algorithms, but you don't necessarily need to do that. And then we use 1 year of stabilization in the weights, and then so potentially if you wanted to use this operationally, you could use any part of the hindcast period to try to get a good enough initial value for the weights, and then you should start.
Okay. And is there anything like this in operation?
Not that I'm aware. I don't know. Really.
I'm not aware of it. I'm surprised it isn't in a way.
They seem to be used
online. Really right over there. So,
yeah.
Maybe I just have a look.
Yeah.
They seem to be used a lot, kind of like within the domain of like load nowcasting, so a lot shorter, for a lot shorter time scales.
Okay, but not operationally that you're aware of for a longer
No.
period, like 5 weeks.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome.
There's one more question here in the chat. How is the method skill with regionally aggregated variables? For example, how is the improvement for forecasting the overall wind generation of Britain?
So we, as David described at the beginning, our initial variables were completely aggregated. We use country level and weekly forecasts. So we haven't looked at anything that is less aggregated than that.
Okay, thanks. So then, thank you again. Thanks all the speakers of this session, and we'll have a coffee break for 15 minutes. Just shy of 15 minutes. Just to get ahead in the program, and see you later.
That's good.
Oh, that's well done.
I'm also cooperating agent for this IEA Wind Task 51 and co-lead with Thomas Mann from Work Message 1 of this task. But let's get started with all of this session. All the presenters are virtual. And I'll give the floor to Jan Remund. Can you hear us? Yeah. Now, let me share your slides.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you see my slides? Somehow doesn't work. Yeah, my computer is frozen. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you, but we can't see your screen.
Yeah, all my screens are completely frozen. So I try it again. 1 second, please. Sorry for that. Somehow. Okay, I guess now you can see it.
Better.
Yeah, I just switched to the PDF. Okay, good afternoon and many thanks for the invitation. I show you the state of using seasonal forecast in the solar community. But to be open, actually it is not very often used and I'm not very familiar with that, but that's just as it is. And of course, some of our groups are working on the topic. But personally, I didn't work on it, so it's just the state of not being really far into this topic. I'm using seasonal forecasts on as a climatologist sometimes. This is one from NCEPU on the top right. But as you see, if you go some months ahead, normally they are gray in Europe. It means that the skill is below a certain threshold. So often it's quite, the skills are a really issue, not only for the solar resources. I'm just showing 1-2 slides about the task 16, where I'm the operating agent, now called task manager at PVPS. I show the state of the solar forecast within the work of the task 16 of the groups, and then I'm going through some publications showing just the state which is given. It's quite similar to the task 51. We are doing forecasts, but not only forecasts, we are doing also resources. It's 51 institutions, the big ones in the world, Fraunhofer, NREL, but also some Met service, mainly from the Nordic, Northern Europe, but also the Chinese Met service, and then the industry, in our case, are the data providers. We have just one TSO from France, but not like in task 51, where there are many of them. We have we are going to the third phase now for the next 3 years. It has been confirmed, the work plan. Subtask 1 is about methodologies for solid data generation. Subtask 2 is about data enhancements and value-added products. Subtask 3 is about forecasting, and Subtask 4 is about dissemination and outreach. Our hottest topic, which are working on, is at the moment firm power generation. So we're searching and finding the optimum between storage and containment, mainly for PV, but we're take into account also wind and others. There have been done a study at the University of Utrecht, but we did also some with Clean Power Research together, a US company. And it's shown that between 20 and 30% of PV production is curtailed optimally. Of course, this will give a lot of discussion also about market system in the future, but that's ongoing. This just to give, we published a report some months ago. Please have a look at this if you're interested. We have our solar resource handbook. This concludes all the work we do every 3 years. We publish this, and by the end of 2023, we will have another version out. We publish also data as we do in our EU task, and we are also publishing code at the moment. So actually, seasonal solar forecasts are not included in the work plans of the first and the second term, but also not included in the third term now. We have some related activities like PV power forecasting at different spatial temporal scales. We have an activity about probabilistic forecasting, and also looking at climate change and long-term variability, where you have similar topics, of course, but not the same. PV, you know, it's growing quite strongly in the last years. It was 22 to 30% per year. We have some countries now also with almost 20% of PV penetration. It's exponential growth quite steadily, so it will go on. Of course, it needs to be much bigger if we want to achieve the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement. But it's on track, I would say, with PV. If the growth can go on for another 5 years, then we can go into the scales which are needed to reach the topics. At the moment, it's about 1,185 gigawatts installed. Actually, it's a little bit more now as wind is installed on the worldwide level. Just telling this number, it's really important, of course, PV, and of course also seasonal forecast is important. And that's why also this topic will be of bigger importance in future, I'm sure, as it has been in the history. Actually, I've asked partners who is working on this, and the Chinese Met Service is working on this. They already showed us some presentations at one of the last task meetings. I'm showing 2 of them just in a few minutes. And the other groups are working also on this project. It has been named before, this EU project, S2S 4E, the Climate Services for Clean Energy. It is partly staff of University of Roma, DUE, of ENEA and SMHI, and also the German Met Service will be just showing in a few minutes or if, what they are doing. The Chinese Met Service, they made a known project regarding solar forecasts. They have been looking at the last 20 years, or no, it's more, it's 40 years. They used reanalysis, AR5 as ground truth, and used the Chinese climate model as a hindcast. They had a lot of different, about 33 parameters they have been looking at, and to the left you see the stations they have been validated. And actually they show here the anomaly correlation coefficients. As far as I know, it's the 1 month ahead forecast, and you see it's really patchy. It's in some months it's negative, in some months it's positive. It's rarely, some months it's quite well. It's going up to 0.8, but most of the time it's quite low. And actually they tested different methods, but the random forest regression was the best one. But still, there is a lot to do with this kind of results, so it's not really ready to use, I would say. In the other project, in this EU project, also there have been some maps showing the quality or the uncertainty of the forecast. I'm showing a once lead for the summertime based on ECMWF minus Meta France model. Also here, you see it's quite patchy. There are some regions with clear correlation. You see some with negative, and you see a lot of dots, and those dots are the regions which did not pass the significance tests. So also here, looking at 1 month ahead, it gets really patchy, but for some regions, there is some significance. I'm now switching to some papers I've just reviewed at the moment or looked at. Some of them have been mentioned before. They are famous. I'm just going to the first 2 of this Bed et al. And Bloomfield et al. And the last one, it was just another one looking at India, which is quite different, looking at tropical climates, of course. But also there, they see that they are not really good. It's not really scientific wording, but they use it in their paper. But I'm not going into this afterwards. Here you see some nice graphs, figures from this Bed et al. Paper. You see the winter and the summer season. You see 3 of the available global seasonal forecasts, and you see the yellow areas would be the areas with the yellow line, which would be where the scale would be above a threshold. And there exist some regions, of course, but most of Europe is lower than this, is below this. Of course, December, January, February is not really the most important part for PV. It has, of course, a lot of seasonal cycling, but also in the summer, June, July, August, the patches are quite small regarding, or it's still quite patchy as it is in wintertime. The correlation, for example, with North Atlantic Oscillation Index here in wintertime, it is quite good. To the left, you see the wind speed correlation really high. There is some correlation also with irradiance, especially in the Mediterranean area, which also makes from how it works if you have more westerly winds in the northern latitudes. And of course, this can be used for further investigations, but of course, the pressure difference are more clearly linked to wind speed than it is to irradiance. What's quite easy in PV and less difficult is the correlation between GHI. This is global horizontal irradiance. This is the shortwave downwards radiation, as it is called, more in use scene perhaps. We at PVPS, we are talking about global GHI. And they are, of course, very highly correlated. There would be some correlation also with temperature. But nevertheless, if you have skill with GHI, you have skill with PV, at least. And you see also the correlation coefficients below, they are really above 0.95 up to almost 1. So it's really an easy game. If you have reached a good GHI forecast, you will get also some good PV forecasts. Looking at this other paper from Bloomfield et al., here looking at the monthly anomaly correlation coefficients for solar power. To the left from ECM, WF, solar power forecast, to the right, the NCEP. You see here also what we saw before. MCM WF is a little bit higher, perhaps also depending on what you are comparing to. If you compare to ERA, of course, models are closer. It's about 0.6, and with NCEP, it's about 0.4, so quite low regarding this. If you look at the demand, which is more on temperature based, then the values are clearly higher. So it's more difficult to forecast solar power than it is the demand. Looking at the correlation coefficients for the weeks ahead, that's also what we've seen before in the last few hours. In the first and second week, you see some clear skill, and then it goes down after weeks 3 and 4. And actually, we have been looking just at the months 5, 6, 7, 8 in the figures before. So it's not that astonishing that at this time level, then the forecasts are not that high anymore. So already coming to the conclusions. It is important to know also the solar production some weeks and some months ahead for making all the planning. And of course, there will be a lot of interaction with hydropower, especially if you have dams. But at the moment, I would say it's not ready to use it as it should be. Of course, this forecast, they exist operationally, but as I've shown, the skills are really patchy. If there are skill, it's good news. So the PV production is linear to the GHI down at SSW. There exist also some simple methods to calculate the ensembles, which is also good news. But I would say there is still a lot of work to do if we want to use it operationally and widespread in our community. That's all from my side. Many thanks for your attention, and I'm looking forward for your questions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions for Jan here or online?
There's one question here. Would you expect better forecast skill in other parts of the world? And if so, under which circumstances?
Yes, in the EU project, they didn't found a lot better forecasts, but I would say knowing a bit the temperature and the precipitation forecast, there are regions easier or better coupled with ENSO, for example. So in the Americas, it could be a bit easier. Of course, also in northern latitude Switzerland, where I'm coming from, is especially difficult because it's really in between North and Southern Europe. So there are some differences for sure, but I would have to check it in the literature. What is really what are the numbers?
Thanks. And I already, any questions? No. Good. Thank you, Jan.
Yes, you're welcome.
And I see Nathalie is already ready for her talk.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. I see what Jan was saying. It was working perfectly, and then I'm sharing my screen, and then it's not working. Okay, can you see and hear me now?
We can hear you, but the slides are not there yet.
You're not?
Yeah, we can't see the slides yet.
On my computer, it took a while to restart somehow the screens. Let's switch then to a PDF version to show that this worked better.
Yay, we see this.
Yeah, okay. All right. I don't know if this is the video and everything that goes together or not, but all right. Let me see. Let's do try. Well, thank you so much, and sorry, thanks for your patience. So my name is Nathalie Voisin. I'm a research scientist at the Pacific Northwest National Lab, and okay, I didn't get that. And I'm presenting today on the EIA Hydro, and I'm presenting for Nathalie Arby, who is the operating agent for the Annex 9 for the IEA Hydro.
Just to let you know, you are not in the presentation mode on our screen.
I am not in presentation mode. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, I'm getting kicked out of Zoom. Let me try again.
Okay, we see the slides. It's not presentation mode, but it's fine. Maybe we should just leave it and then.
What about now? Still not?
Not presentation mode.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right. I'll make it super big so that it's almost like it. Okay. So I was saying, sorry about that. It's a weird introduction, and I wish to meet you all in person. But I'm presenting the IEA Hydro and kind of talking a bit more about the value of hydropower storage at the seasonal timescale, in particular as it has impact on the wind, or is going to be impacted by wind, and that's what we're going to discuss here. So we do have, as part of the IEA Hydro in April 2023, just last month, we had a nice report that came out entitled Managing Seasonal and Interannual Variability of Renewables. As part of this report, there was an evaluation over 4 different climate regions for systems that would go to 70 to 90% renewable integration. And that's what you can see on this figure. In terms of the variability, when it comes to seasonal flexibility, you see that most of that need is being fulfilled by hydropower and thermal, but we really see how hydropower is a key contributor of that seasonal flexibility. So moving forward with a high share of VRE in the power grid, it's going to be very important that we manage the availability of hydropower across season that matters. Now, what does that mean? Just a little bit about seasonal hydropower and what we're doing in the IEA Hydro across a number of different annexes is that seasonal hydropower availability is subject to large interannual variability and is also changing due to climate change, environmental regulation, and evolving societal needs, including flood control and water supply. So the work that I'm going to present today is mostly done under task 9 and joined with task 12, but I know it's also being addressed under the different, also the other tasks. As part of this IEA Hydro, and as we are looking at the hydropower availability, we are developing a number of papers and white papers and reports that we really encourage you to look at. In particular, the ones that are relevant here are how we're looking at hydropower, providing flood control and drought management services, flexible hydropower, providing value to renewable energy integration. This is not just about conventional hydropower, it's also pump storage hydropower that we are looking at. And that seasonal hydropower is going to happen if we consider societal benefits, but also electricity markets. So this is also why we have a couple of reports understanding what are the incentives if it's not for societal benefits, but it's specifically for the energy systems. What are those incentives to make sure that the hydropower will provide that seasonal flexibility? We have, in particular, one of the most recent reports is one where we gather a number of case studies across the world on the value that hydropower provides for flood control and drought management. We are providing some understanding and documenting how various countries approach managing those water resources under climate change conditions. And we're also investigating the role and the value of hydropower storage in minimizing or mitigating the risk associated with the changing climate. So we do have this report with a nice number of case studies, and we are summarizing it into a white paper. The question is, as you see, the complexity with the hydropower is not just the energy systems, it's the societal benefits. So how do we quantify those societal benefits, which is really a core of our work. So in terms of contribution of hydropower to societal benefits, here this is just an example of that complexity. Hydropower is providing a lot of local revenues and also lower greenhouse gas emissions from the energy systems locally. It's also help with flood control, and it's being it is being measured with flood reductions and avoided damages. Oh, are you still on slide 2?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you seeing, so when I do this now, you can see slide 3?
No.
Oh, come on. That's not ideal.
Just go in the normal PowerPoint view and just give your presentation from there.
Can you say this again?
Just go in the editing view of PowerPoint and just click through the slides there.
Yeah, I was not even on slideshow. I was like, I could write on them. Let me try again. No, so quite unexpectedly.
Maybe you could try saving as PDF and showing us the PDF.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was. Should have done this earlier.
That's probably something to take note of for Ye, Dave, and Kristina.
Hi. Okay, share screen. Let's see if we got a PDF. So can you see the PDF now?
Yep.
Should have done it earlier. All right. So you were on slide 2. So are you seeing slide 2?
Slide 1.
Currently, we're seeing
Okay,
slide
2.
That's 2. That's the one we've seen for a while. Yeah.
Can you see slide 3?
No.
Now, this is seriously weird. I think not.
Is another option to email the PDF to Chris and we'll put it on the screen from this side and make it an advanced slide for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's Chris? Okay, I just sent you the PDF.
Who did you send it to?
To Gregor and Chris.
Oh, good idea.
Okay, we're sharing it from here.
Are you sharing it? Did you already get it?
Yes, we got it, but we are setting it up.
Oh, okay. I guess I can use my video now. Sorry to put more time between you and the beer.
No.
Hallelujah.
If you go out, I'm sharing. Oh, okay.
All right, well, why don't we go to slide 3? Because I think you've seen slide 1 and slide 2 for a while. Okay, so slide 3, I think that's what I was saying is, so IEA Hydro is focusing on hydropower. And so those are the annexes that we are working on, specifically on seasonal hydropower and how this is changing with climate change. This is not just to climate change, of course. We have overall understanding of internal variability, change in environmental regulation, and evolving societal needs. So if you go to the next slide. So those are the reports, and we'll be happy to send them your way on how we are really going through different approaches of seasonal, not just seasonal, but availability of hydropower in general. And I was saying it's societal benefits, but it's also pump storage hydro, and finally those incentives, the incentives to market. So if you go to slide, yeah, this one also went through it. It's one that we would like to highlight in particular. This one, the IEA Hydropower, the report was published in the International Hydropower Association proceedings, and we are working on the white paper. So there's a very nice compendium on how different countries are approaching those societal benefits under climate change conditions, and really the complexity that societal benefits and the prioritization of the societal benefits in particular brings to managing hydropower. The question was, how do we quantify the value? And so that's on the next step, on the next slide. Can you go to the next slide? Perfect, thank you. So now I'm going to take a bit more of my time as we caught up. So hydropower is part of those energy systems and the water systems. And in most places, you have an entire modeling that is dedicated to the water systems, where we can represent all of those societal benefits. The societal benefits include hydropower, include flood control, navigation route, ecotourism, and recreation, in particular over the last couple of decades, water supply and irrigation, and industrial use. There are the societal benefits that are associated with the storage, but we also have societal needs for conserving some of the ecosystem services prior to having that hydropower storage. And that includes fish passage, water quality, wildlife habitat, and natural cultural resources. So as part of this water management, when we're talking about seasonal hydropower, we need to consider that fine balance between the one that are directly provided by the hydropower storage and the one that were there before the hydropower storage. And on top of this, in terms of modeling, some of the challenges that we are addressing is that there are the metrics and the parameters that you put into those water management modeling. Those are parameters, typically constraints, but we also need to understand how they relate to the actual value. For example, for fish passage and protection, very often we're going to have minimum environmental flow and a requirement for spill and total dissolved gas. But the actual value that what people are looking at is going to be fish mortality and diversity of ecosystem and so on. So it's not linear. And so those are those type of metrics that we need to consider when we want to understand the availability of hydropower moving forward. Next slide. So we just had the workshop with the IEA Hydro that was just last week, and some of the things that we discussed, so some things that are fresh off the press, includes how in snowmelt controlled region in particular, that seasonal water management that I was just talking about is typically aligned with hydropower needs, with a need to draw the storage in wintertime when the electricity demand is pretty high, but you drop the storage so that you have enough to get the flood control and the snowmelt freshet. And then you get the storage high again, which provides ample water supply through the summer and also all of those needs for the energy system. In regions with substantial hydropower generation, there are certain ways that you need to have, you need to represent both the water and the energy systems. There are some regions where it can be disconnected. There are regions where it needs to be fully aligned. So we're talking about co-optimization to those complex dynamics of including the energy markets. The priorities between societal benefits is driven by institution. That's something that I was introducing with those different metrics, and I'll give you an example in the next slide. The non-monetized metrics for societal benefits remain a challenge. This I just addressed. And the value proposition for hydropower storage as long duration energy storage is advancing in the IEA Hydro through the characterization of energy supply droughts and energy deficit. So I'm just going to go through 3 case studies that are supporting those recent advances and discussions. Thank you. So just an example here, as you may be aware, the Western US is under a very severe drought. And what you have on the left panel, the teacup, is how we represent the storage in each of the reservoirs. And you can see that by November of last year, you see that a lot of the storage across the entire West was below average. So pretty low. It's not just the end of the summer, it's just really, it was lower than what was expected for that date. However, you might also be aware through the news that we got plenty of atmospheric rivers over the winter. And so you can see the panel on the right that in a number of regions, a lot of that storage went up almost everywhere. You can see what's happening in the lower Colorado, and that the reservoir is still very low. So what's happening here and what we want to highlight, especially over the Western US where the storage is so high that we don't plan for just 1 year. We actually plan for 2, 3, or 4 years. And this is those interannual variability that is really driving a lot of the management of the water. And it's going to take a couple of years before we get those reservoirs up high. How it's impacting hydropower? Because of the water laws in the US, the water is flowing. So it's not necessarily how much water goes through the turbine. It's really the head of the reservoir. So it's the capacity and so the overall efficiency of the use of the water, like the value, the energy value of each gallon of water is just decreasing. So presently, the institutions are working on the efficiency. The point that I want to make here was just to give an idea of what we are facing, but also showing how water management in general is really alleviating interannual and seasonal variability that we talk from a climatology perspective, but from a human system perspective, the water management is really helping with addressing seasonal availability in hydropower. Next slide. The other thing that we wanted to highlight here as we're moving forward in the discussions is the diversity in the hydropower scheduling toolchain. We just had a paper that just got published last year, so it's also not last year, last week, where we did a review of the hydropower scheduling toolchains in 3 countries with a lot of hydropower. So Brazil, okay, I can't say it right today. Brazil, Norway, and the Columbia River system. On each of them, you can see on the lower side how we go from long-term, so interannual to annual scheduling, to midterm, seasonal, to short-term. And each of those countries have a different way of doing different markets, different opportunities. So the way that they represent the power systems is either centralized, decentralized, or more multi-purpose scheduling like we have over the US for federal hydropower. The points to look at, and we can't go in more details, but just the things to look at is that when you look for very short term, you're in that lower left quadrant, and it's about very consistent across all of those 3 different systems. If you look on the very long term, interannual, that's the green piece. It's going to be very consistently on the top right corner. Everything that goes in between, that's where the seasonal is. It varies tremendously between the different countries. It has to do with the market opportunities, but also has to do with the priorities that you put to the different societal benefits. So that's something that is, in terms of value of hydropower storage, is something that we will need to address moving forward. What does that mean just in that the way that we represent it in the power systems? Next slide. Okay. And one last thing that we are working on is the advance in long duration energy storage opportunities for hydropower. We are working on it through the characterization of the Dunkelflot, so just low wind and low solar. We have a number of definitions that we've been working on. And so this work is actually led by Abhishek Somani. And the resource drought, where we're looking at hourly wind and hourly solar, the thresholds for defining those droughts are somewhat arbitrary. It's 10% for wind and 30% for solar. And so the metrics that we're using is the droughts and then the energy deficit, meaning how much of the load is not served by those resources during the duration of the drought. And we're looking at more indicators, duration, frequency, and impact. So if you go to the next slide, what that means. Thank you. So that's a heavy slide to digest. So let me walk you through. On the left, you have the wind drought. On the right, you have the solar drought. We have 2 different regions, Cal ISO for California and ERCOT for Texas. On each of those 4 quadrant panel, on the left column, this is the number, so the frequency, the number of flood, the number of droughts that we have per year. And on the right, this is the impact, the unserved energy. And then the different colors are for different types of duration, as we're trying to look at the opportunities for long duration, and should it be for 8 hours, should it be for 16 hours or multiple days. Couple of things to look at. First, the The resource droughts are being evaluated with respect to the annual average. So we're really looking here at seasonal understanding of those droughts. We can go in more details. Some of the things to look at is that the duration, the type of droughts that we see is changing from one year to another. For example, over Kalahaiso, you see that you have a lot of short wind droughts from 8 hours to 16 hours. There aren't much that are going beyond 16 hours. And when it comes to Texas, this is even more obvious. From 1 year to another, you will see that the change between 8 hours and 16 hours varies a lot. So those are results that are fresh off the press, and we're still thinking about this. But what some of the conclusions that we're already seeing is that in a resource adequacy for power systems, when very often people don't use many years, it's going to be an art to decide how to choose a year. Do you choose a year where you have an entire summer that is going to have a lot of frequent but short resource drought, or are you going to go for a year where you have one with a very long, say 3 days without wind that has a high impact on energy load, but this is only one time. So those are some of the questions that we're interested in moving forward. So with this in mind, the next slide. Just some of the things that we are discussing is first, the initial hydrologic conditions at this time provide the largest contribution to seasonal flow forecast accuracy. It varies by region, especially in the Western US where it's normal control. It's important to know that there is a large uncertainty in the flow forecast, and that is very, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of bugs behind it. The water management alleviate the seasonal and interannual variability. The value of seasonal to interannual hydropower storage is very complex. It's not just hydropower generation, it's a lot of those societal benefits. We need to also understand the characterization of those LDS opportunity to be further evaluated with timescale that hydro can provide and support those resource droughts. Typically, hydro can do very short term. The question is how you can do it over a week or 2 weeks and so on. So this is some of the discussion that we need to keep moving forward on. Some of the challenges that we identified are that there's a huge diversity in hydropower scheduling that I just mentioned, and the spatial diversity in seasonal flow forecast accuracy. With this, thank you. Oh, you can go to the next slide, which will be the next. Just thank you, and really acknowledging all the people who've been working and providing material for this presentation.
Thank you. Any questions?
I got one. Are you looking also into how much installed power you actually need? Because if you want to be the backbone of the power system in at least some instances, there's a need for increased power generation capabilities, which also means that you have more varying water flows in the river. Is that something you're looking in?
We are, well, not specifically of the IEA hydro that I'm aware of. Maybe they do it in the other annexes, but clearly, yes, there is also variations in load associated with water scarcity. So there is an increase in load just from a global change. So we do load forecasting at USDOE. And then we need to look at all of those trade-offs, how much power is needed that hydropower can provide compared to the societal benefits.
Thanks.
Thank you. I think we can move on. Again, CEA already on the screen.
I'll try to share my screen.
Yes.
If can see if it works.
It works.
Is that in presenting mode?
Yes, great.
Great. Okay. My name is Yilu. I'm from PNNL, earth scientist, and I'm going to present you our recent work about how do they weather regimes drive wind speed and power production at the subseasonal to seasonal timescales over the CONUS. So here, this is a forecasting scale diagram, which shows you the up to which the forecast time and ensemble-based probabilistic forecast are scalable. So the vertical line here denote the IEA's grid spacing is the grid spacing of the ECMWF ensemble used in 2015, which is about 36 kilometer. So the main message from this figure I want to bring up is the temporal scale for forecasting ranges depend on the spatial scale of the weather system. So the surface field, like the wind speed, temperature, precipitation normally have a spatial scale of 20 to 1,000 kilometer, and their scale for forecasting range is less than 10 days. But much shorter than the S2S timescale from 2 weeks to a season. And we found the teleconnection patterns will fit in this range. And a teleconnection pattern is a recurring and large-scale circulation pattern that extends a large geographical area up to 10,000 kilometers. So the recurrent and persistent weather patterns are also known as weather regimes. So in this work, we are going to build a relationship between the weather regimes and the local wind resources, and investigate how much the S2S timescale predictability could be inferred from the weather regimes, so that we can take advantage of the skillful forecast of the large-scale circulation pattern in climate models and to improve the predictability of the wind resources. So here we split our overarching goal into 3 achievable questions. First is what weather regime affects the CONUS, and how are the weather regime connected to the wind speed, and to what extent the weather regime can extend the variability of the wind speed. So first, let's look at the what weather regime affect North America. There have been many studies focused on this topic. So since the weather regimes are recurrent and persistent weather patterns, so many previous studies identified the weather regimes by grouping the weather patterns based on their similarity. So there, they use daily mean 200 or 500 millibar Jupiter heights to represent the weather patterns of each day, and then apply a clustering method such as k-means to group the weather patterns. So in the previous studies, the 4 regimes had been identified as shown on the right. And the first regime is the Alaskan Ridge regime, which consists of periodic-only orientated troughs and ridges, resembling the Raspberry wave trends. So the circulation pattern of this regime is similar to the positive phase of the Pacific North American teleconnection, the PNNL teleconnection pattern. And the second regime is the Pacific Trough regime, has a similar structure as the Alaskan Ridge regime, but in mostly in opposite signs. And this regime, the Pacific Trough regime, resembles the negative phase of the PNNL pattern. The third regime is the Arctic High regime, which consists of a high pressure center of the Arctic and the low pressure center over the North Atlantic Ocean. And the last regime is the Arctic Low regime. It's just in opposite side as the Arctic High regime. And those regimes are resemble the negative phase and the positive phase of the NOAA, the North Atlantic Oscillation pattern. And over the Pacific, those 2 regimes also resemble the most middle latitude atmospheric responses to the ENSO and the La Nina episode respectively. So those most of previous studies linked those regimes to precipitation and temperature, and also most of the previous study only focus on the cold season, because those tectonic patterns are more profound in the cold seasons. How the regimes look like in warm season are not well understood. So here we use a two-stage clustering method to classify the weather to identify the weather regimes. So the two-stage clustering is a combination of the SOM, the self-organizing maps, and the k-means clustering methods. So the k-means used in most previous studies are purely rely on the distance between the input vector and the node to determine the groups of the groups and the centroids to determine which the input vector belong to which group. So here in this example, the k-means can tell you each input vector belongs to which group and where the centroid is. And this is sufficient for classification study, but we found the relationship between the nodes are also important if we want to reconstruct wind speed from those weather patterns. So which are not provided by the k-means. And another drawback of the k-means is the result is sensitive to the initial nodes. So especially for the high dimensional input data. And the self-organizing maps, SOM, is a machine learning technique has been widely used in wind energy studies. And besides those groups and centroids, SOM can also gives you the relationship between the nodes. But the SOM has a drawback. It tend to give you symmetric clusters, which are just paired cluster with the same patterns, but just in opposite sides. So considering the pros and cons of both SOM and k-means, so we come up with this two-stage clustering method. We first use SOM to generate 64 prototypes using 8x8 SOM maps, and then applied k-means clustering to reduce groups to 4 groups. So, and later we'll use those prototypes to reconstruct the weather regime related wind speed, and to understand how much the weather regime can explain the variability in the wind speed. So here we first look at the regimes identified by the two-stage method, and those are basically consist with the previous studies. And here I will explain those regimes mostly based on their connection to wind speed. So the first regime is Alaskan Ridge. It is associated with a blocking pattern over the Northeast Pacific, and which significantly slowed down the large-scale wind speed over the west of the Rocky Mountains and also the Great Plains. But it increased the wind speed over the eastern slope of the Rocky Mountains and also the Midwest US. And the second region is the Pacific Trough region. It is associated with a high pressure center dominating the North American, driving increased wind speed, driving decreased wind speed across the US, except for the north part and also the southeast coast. As the Arctic high regime associated with a normally high pressure center over Canada and the Greenland, and surrounded by anomalous low pressure center over the oceans, which led to lower wind speed over the CONUS. And last, the Arctic low region is associated with a dipole anomalies over land and low pressure center in the west and high pressure in the east. And it's increased the wind speed over most of the CONUS, except for the east coast. And those were for the cold seasons. And here we found for the warm seasons, the weather regime generally resembled the both regimes we found in cold seasons, but are in much more smaller magnitude. Especially for the Pacific Trough regime. This one, the geophysical height normally in this regime is nearly muted. And consequently, the wind speed anomaly associated with this regime are also very weak. And however, the other regimes still drive significant differences in wind speeds over different regions of the US. And next, we try to assess how much the predictability of the weather regime can be passed to the wind resources. So before that, we need to quantify how much the variability of the wind speed can be explained by the weather regimes. So based on the prototypes, we identified from the SOM analysis, we reconstruct the wind speed at different timescales from 1 day to 90 days. Here, first we evaluate the reconstructed wind speed using Spearman correlation for the timing of the perturbation. And this side showing you the temporal correlation between the reconstructed wind speed and the aerified wind speed. Here we took the reconstruction at monthly time scale as an example. And as we know, besides large-scale weather patterns, wind speed is also affected by other factors such as topography, small-scale atmospheric and surface perturbations. And so we expect the weather regime has higher explanatory power for regions and periods in which a large-scale circulation drives the local wind speed. So in general, here we found the higher correlations in cold seasons and also higher correlations over the western US, especially for the Pacific Northwest, where there's many wind farms. That suggests that the weather regime is the main driver of the local wind variability in those regions and periods. And in warm seasons, the correlation are generally small because the anomaly of the weather regimes are small in warm season. And also the wind speed could be mainly driven by many other local factors. And we can then further examine how much how the expanded power change with the time scale. That since we have reconstructed wind speed at different time scales from 1 day to 90 days. So here the x-axis is the time scale that we average or we calculate the so for reconstructed wind speed. And the y-axis is the expanded power defined as R squared between the reconstructed and aerified wind speed. So in general, we can see the expanded power increases with the increase of the time scale, and the expanded power of the cold season, the blue line, increase rapidly from 1 day to 2 weeks, and become stable from 2 weeks to 1 month. Yeah, and that's suggesting the weather regime are one of the main factors that driving wind speed variability at this time scale. So the expanded power shows more fluctuations beyond 1 month, which is likely due to the other low frequency oscillations such as ENSO also influencing the variability at this time scale. So in contrast, the warm season, the expanded power in warm season remains very low from 1 day to almost around 50 days. And while it increased rapidly from 50 days to 90 days, indicating the weather regime in warm season have stronger impact on the seasonal timescale variability. And I'm going to skip the summary and have to take questions. And thanks.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, yeah, thanks for your talk. It's interesting. I wondered, I got lost a bit. What was the motivation for trying to look at these weather regimes and link them to the wind speeds?
Yeah, could you say that again? Sorry.
What was the kind of main motivation for looking into these weather regimes and trying to link them to the wind speeds? Was it thinking about how predictable they are in S2S forecasts? Is that the next kind of step in your?
Yeah, the first the motivation of this is because we found the surface variables normally have a very short forecast period, but the weather regimes could have a longer. So we try to link those two and average the forecasting scale of the weather regimes and to improve the forecast of the wind speed. And our next step is to leverage those relationship. And for example, we want to plan to build a machine learning model that's including the weather regimes to focus to predict the wind speed. So in that way, we try to improve the forecast scale of the surface variables.
Thanks.
Yeah, I had a question to the second to last slide. If I read that as explanatory power that increases over time, does that actually mean your prediction gets better the longer you look forward? That would be counterintuitive.
Yeah, that's one of the. I think that would be the next step of our analysis. Here, we meaning the main information is that we if we look at longer time scales, the relationship between the weather regime and wind speed are stronger. So in that way, we can expect for the longer time scales, there has better predictability for the wind speed, but that depends on how predictable of the weather regime and or the what's the scale of what's the focusing scale of the current climate models to predict the weather regimes, which is not very good.
So just to clarify, the x-axis here is like an averaging time, not a lead time.
Not lead time. It's just the time scale.
Right.
Ah, okay. Yeah. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions?
No. Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Next up is Dave Turner from NOAA. Yeah. See you. Dave, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
How about that? Is that better, Carolina? Hello, is that better?
This is better, yeah.
Okay, very good. And so you can see my screen now, I believe.
Yes,
yeah.
Perfect.
Excellent. Okay. So thank you very much for the invitation. I'm sorry I was unable to attend in person. There's a competing workshop that coincided with this. It's actually about physics within the NOAA modeling systems. And so we'll talk a little bit about that today. So, was asked to give a bit of an overview about the NOAA's subseasonal to seasonal forecasting with a little bit of a focus toward energy. I am at the Global Systems Laboratory where I help run NOAA's Atmospheric Science Renewable Energy program. Some of the stuff, some of the slides that were taken here, one big chunk was from Xiaoshang Yang at the NOAA Global Geophysical Fluid Dynamics Laboratory in Princeton, with contributions from Ben Green and Shan Sun, also at my laboratory, Global Systems Lab. So, I mean, just to define the terms, and I think that David Brayshaw did a really great job on this, but I think it's just sort of important. There's, and NOAA, we think about these whole different range of forecast horizons, everything from the nowcast all the way out to decadal. And in particular, when you start looking at this on the timescale of prediction on the x-axis on this plot, you can see that the initial conditions, the importance of the initial conditions shown by green are very important on the nowcasting and short-term forecast range, but diminish very quickly, especially as you move through the subseasonal and the seasonal. But the boundary conditions shown by the red curve are actually very, so that would be the condition of the, the land and the ocean state, as well as, sort of the boundary conditions, energy, being absorbed by the planet, and being emitted by the planet. Those type of boundary conditions are less important at short time scales, very important when you start looking at, years to decadal or longer. And so where we really find ourselves looking at the subseasonal to seasonal is that right in that sort of intersection where, the initial conditions are decreasing in importance, the boundary conditions are becoming more important. So this really is the interface between what we traditionally call weather forecasts and climate forecasts. At the subseasonal, really land conditions are very important. By land conditions, that's going to be the soil moisture, the vegetation state, etc. But ocean conditions are also very important at the subseasonal and become increasingly more important as you move out to the seasonal scale. And that was, highlighted in multiple talks this morning. So in NOAA, most of our physics development that we're doing in our modeling systems, we're really doing it on time scales, what we call global weather. So our medium range forecast systems, which are providing forecasts out to at most sort of 2 weeks, so our short range and medium range forecast modeling. Not a lot has been happening traditionally over the last several years in the S2S or longer timescales. And, there's a real practical reason. It's just a lot easier to make shorter forecast runs, a lot less computational power needed to make those shorter forecast timescales. And a lot of times the physics errors manifest themselves pretty quickly and then just slowly grow with time. And so that's, ultimately what we're seeing. And so you can see those physics errors, appearing after even, 24 or 48 hours of model integration and allows you to sort of deal with that. And so we're really moving to a paradigm shift within NOAA, and I'll get to that in a moment, as we're starting to move from, many modeling systems to fewer modeling systems that then can run across many time scales. And so one way to look at this is our movement to what we're calling our unified forecast system. So, we have the medium range, which is sort of doing the 2-day out to 2-week type forecast. We have a short range, which is sort of doing from the 2-hour to 2-day type forecast. In each of those sort of applications, we've had multiple models using different domains, different time ranges, different DA methods, usually even different physics. So we have all these multiple systems. And so I'm sort of giving you an illustration here as currently in our medium range system, we have multiple modeling systems that are all providing a medium range out to 2-week type forecasts. And what we want to do is we want to sort of consolidate all the medium range things into a single model that, we're going to call the Global Forecast System, or GEFS. It's part of the UFS system. And so that idea is going to replace then all these medium range forecast models. And so that medium range out to 16 days is really a coupled wave and atmosphere type model. And then ultimately, a few years later, that medium range model is going to include seasonal applications, which are going to take us out beyond 2 weeks, taking us out to several months at a time. And this will all be a single UFS modeling system. And part of that challenge is to make sure we have the best skill we can from those sort of 2- and 3-day forecasts all the way out to 2 weeks and beyond. part of this paradigm shift is working with some of these interfaces. So it's easier to test out physics packages with dynamic cores or vice versa. And so there's a new interface that's been developed or is, and it continues to be developed called the Common Community Physics Package. And it's a nice way to couple physics to a die core. It takes the physics away from the die core, makes it much easier to replace because of this very well-designed interface layer. And so we're using this within NOAA and, both in the research laboratories and in the Environmental Modeling Center, which is, sort of our gateway to operations within the National Weather Service. And a lot of our research partners are moving to this also. So typically when we produce our subseasonal forecasts, which are sort of, again, these 3 and 4 week type things, we only output a very small number of variables. And, these variables are not necessarily tuned for the energy application. And I think this is a great opportunity to start changing that. But the variables we typically output are the geopotential height on 500 and 200 hectopascals, looking at velocities at a couple different levels, wind speed velocities, temperature, near the surface, precipitation, etc. And so these are typically what's outputted. And as you look at this, you'd say, well, there's not a whole lot there that's directly applicable for the energy community unless you use some of the pattern stuff that we just saw, for example, in the previous talk. There's been some activity underway, and this has been ongoing for multiple years now, that we're calling the Sub-X project. And so really it's looking at evaluating these sort of subseasonal forecasts, which is week 3 and week 4, and looking at the predictability of the 2-meter temperature and the precipitation. And what we see is that predictability for 2-meter temperature and the quantified precipitation at the surface is very low. And as was pointed out multiple times earlier today, we do see that there's some sense of that this teleconnection with patterns, especially to the tropics. There are times when we have a little bit better predictability than others. For example, in certain phases of ENSO, we have much better predictability. When the ENSO phase is changing, it looks like we have almost zero predictability at the 3 and 4 week scale. And so we're trying to get some insight onto what these biases in the mass fields and the momentum fields might look like, how they correlate with the global teleconnections. What does that say about the physics and the interplay of the different physics between not just the atmosphere, but the ocean and atmosphere, or ice and atmosphere models, etc. And so the Sub-X project is doing routine comparisons at the subseasonal time range of the 2-meter temperature, the precipitation, looking at anomalies. And this has been using output from multiple modeling groups. These modeling groups are usually providing small ensembles to give us a sense of their variability within their model system. Almost all of these are initial conditions with a little bit of stochastic physics. But by looking at the models from these different groups, we're able to look at sort of multi-physics sensitivity, so different physical parameterizations for different processes like cloud microphysics. It just gives us an insight again on the air characteristics. So an example is, so this is actually was drawn from the Sub-X page yesterday, and it gives you a sense of the precipitation anomaly over the continental US. And so, it's, then again, there's 8 different postage stamps here. What each postage stamp is representing is the average anomaly from the center. So for example, the center right here is, from the Canadian, the CPC, so the Climate Prediction Center, and they're running a 31-member ensemble, and this is sort of their, anomaly as derived from that ensemble mean. So that gives you a sense of what this looks like. And this would be the overall, this postage stamp is sort of the summary of all of these other 7 all together and added up. And so you get a sense of that. And so you can see that some of them are quite different than others. Perhaps it's easier to see in the 2-meter temperature anomaly, same, sort of average week 3, week 4 temperature anomaly, again with, an ending date of 2nd June. And so you can see this shows out, much more dramatic differences between what some of these modeling systems are providing. So you can just look at, for example, this one is showing that, it's suggesting that 3 to 4 weeks from now that most of the United States will be cool relative to normal, which is almost in direct opposition of what this modeling center is suggesting. And so you see this a lot by looking at this Sub-X type of products where modeling system A says it's going to be warm here and cold there. B shows the opposite. C shows a totally different pattern, etc. And that just really goes to show how challenging this type of problem is. And these differences occur regularly. We see this regularly. There really doesn't seem to be any particular pattern where models from a particular modeling center are markedly better or worse than others. And so that it's continuing to work to identify the error sources and when do we have better predictability than others. So I'm going to change gears just slightly. I mean, partly that was just to say it's subseasonal forecasts, are going to be challenging. Predictability is low. But there's been some work done by one of my sister labs at the Geophysical Fluid Dynamics Lab. And what they're doing is they have a climate model that they call SPEAR that they're running a little bit, a little bit more in a seasonal weather outlook type of a way. And so they're doing 12-month forecasts. Every month on the first of the month, they initialize the model. And then they look at that 12-month forecast and have been doing this since 1991. So they have a 15-member, they contribute these real-time forecasts to the North American Multi-Model Ensemble. But what they're doing with these seasonal type of predictions, when they're looking at months 3, 4, 5, is then they take those winds and they run them through this capacity factor curve, which we're all very familiar with. We use these, this is just a representative one that they happen to be using to get a sense of the capacity factor of wind energy at turbine heights. And so they've been targeting a couple different seasons, primarily winter and spring, where they think they have a little bit more predictability, and they're using the reanalysis and the ERA 5 as their sort of truth. And they realize and have seen, as was already sort of discussed, that there are particular climate patterns where perhaps you have a better predictability than other times, and so being the leading one. So here's some examples from the SPEAR model. The truth is on the left. The model, and what we're looking at is the seasonal predictions from the SPEAR. So we're looking at 3 to 6 month type predictions averaged. And so you can see that this upper row here is showing, this is winter, spring, summer, fall. And what we're looking at is the capacity factor in colors. And so you can see, perhaps this is not surprising given that the plains is pretty windy, but they look like they have pretty similar patterns here. If we look at the statistics as a function of correlation, so we can look at the correlation coefficient and look at the spatial correlation coefficient. And so what I'm showing here is the correlation coefficient for wind in the spring, and similarly, for what we're showing here. And so you can see that sort of difference. So the correlation coefficient looks different. Oh, it looks like I just copied the same plots in twice. But you can see that the correlations are, fairly high. If I look at them on a time plot, so this is actually, almost 30 years of model output. Again, looking at seasonal predictions from the SPEAR in red versus the ERA sort of truth of, and this is the capacity factor in black. You can see that their correlation coefficient looks pretty high. We're seeing values of about 0.7, our values of about 0.7. There are times when it does pretty well. There's other times, for example, here in 2011, where, the model, undershot what the true capacity factor is. So there's some skill, but how much do you want to hang on it? So I think that just begs some questions. I think we've already seen that these type of longer range forecasts need to be used at larger spatial scales. So we need to imagine how these outlooks will be used by people like yourselves. When we start looking at these, either subseasonal, 3 to 4 week, or seasonal, sort of that 2 to 12 month forecast, I think it's really important to know how we're going to use them so we can actually think about how to verify those subseasonal and seasonal outlooks. And ultimately, what are the things we need to think about improving within the modeling systems to come up with better outlooks? I like to think of examples. So when I think about droughts, and thinking about suddenly the wind speeds decrease markedly, we don't really evaluate our modeling systems. And I would say this is true even for our medium range models. We don't really evaluate those type of models very well with contingency tables. Maybe instead of looking at mean values, we need to be saying, well, how often does a modeling system, whether it's subseasonal or seasonal, predict wind speeds less than a certain speed? And actually evaluate the skill of these type of things in certain conditions. We almost never do that. And I think we need to also consider conditional verification, because often we see that predictability depends on something else happening. And so if we can start doing verification as a function of other discriminators, I think that can be quite useful. And lastly, I think there's a whole realm of things that we can consider about post-processing, from very simple bias corrections to the use of machine learning approaches that should help extract extra value from these physical subseasonal to seasonal models. So kind of in summary, ultimately we're going to be splitting our subseasonal to seasonal forecast systems into two different things. We're going to actually extend our medium range forecast system, which is our global forecast system, to go out to 4 weeks, and that'll be our subseasonal one. And there's been a lot of work happening on that. And then we're standing up a new modeling system that's going to be very related to the UFS, the sort of that medium range system, focusing on the seasonal forecasts. It may have slightly different physics. It may have a different model configuration to try to give us a little bit better predictability at those longer time lengths. But those, predictability is low. And so I think there's a lot of things we can do on how we can take advantage of these global teleconnection patterns. Ensembles are going to be key to understanding probabilities. I think we've seen quite a few really interesting results of late in the weather community about how machine learning can either emulate a physical model. I think that's a little bit scary, but I do think there's ways we can use the machine learning to provide clues of when physical models are not doing well. How can we improve physical models, and how can we understand and maybe correct for the errors within physical models? So I think there's some really interesting approaches that are happening there. And then verification. I do think that we need to have a much more structured verification approach to looking at these longer outlooks. These errors are going to depend on what are we really caring about. We've been all avoiding the solar question here because clouds are particularly hard. But even with wind, it's going to depend on geographic location, what type of lead time we're looking at, et cetera. How these errors may change due to compound events. We've been thinking a lot about fire weather here in the US. And so, in fire weather, a rain event would grow fine fuels that then a strong dry down might end up leading to much more, hazardous conditions, for example. Similarly, you could think of similar ways for energy. And then I think we just need new methods to evaluate these longer forecasts and really start leaning on when can we trust and when can't we. So with that, I'll stop there. See if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions in the room, online?
I have one, perhaps a bit specific, on the subseasonal range. Do you have any plans for improving the quality of forecasting tropical cyclones? I know it's very specific, but I just see that kind of impacts the forecast quite a lot.
Absolutely. In the US, if we can't generate a hurricane with our medium range model, then that medium range model does not become operational. And we need more. There's a strong desire to have a little bit more lead time for those type of TCs, tropical cyclones. So there is quite a bit of work happening on that right now. I think some of the challenges are associated with the convective parameterizations. And so as there is the hope that as modeling systems can move to higher resolution, we might be able to learn more from that. I think trying to simulate the globe at 3 kilometers, there are some groups doing it, but we're probably some way away from doing that routinely. But can we still use these 3 kilometer simulations of these TCs to help us understand what we need to do on the coarser resolution ones that we can run more in an ensemble way?
Thanks.
Thanks. Yes, we have another question in the room. I don't know if you can hear me from here.
I can.
Thank you very much for a very nice presentation. I agree with virtually everything you said. But I'm curious if you can offer us some more insight into the idea that we need to think of verification condition on the phases of the drivers that are at the root of predictability. We know that just taking answer, if you just look at answer active years, that virtually halves your sample that you can estimate your verification, your evaluation on it. When you look at seasons, and seasonal forecasting, we virtually have one go a year. So have you thought about ways in which you could do some evaluation? Statistical skill measures that we typically use for weather forecasting will suffer from those very small sample sizes. Do you know how? Have you thought of how? I mean, I agree we should, but I think we will struggle.
It's a great question, and I think that okay, so the operational centers are starting to think more about this for sure, but I really think we need to have more conversations about this. A lot of these outlooks are probabilities, and so ultimately one question becomes very simply, how do you evaluate a probability of something happening? And I think that this becomes interesting in a very philosophical way. In short range weather, we of course that's a lot easier to evaluate, because then ultimately you say, well, if this event happened 10 times out of 15, that did my ensemble sort of represent that? I think on these longer outlooks, it's a little bit harder to do that just because of the computational expense in making those type of predictions. But I do think we need to be more creative in how we're doing some of this evaluation. I've been seeing, for example, these sub-X postage stamp plots for a long time. They generate some statistics, but they're not, I think in many ways, we're not saving the variables we need to truly understand what the model's doing well and what the model's not doing well.
Agreed, and the statistics we typically do are neither sufficient nor possibly necessary in many cases. We need to think about things a bit differently, especially when it comes to impacts. Thank you.
Thanks. And we have one question online, Dave, that you already put up there. Seamless.
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. So the question is, seamless prediction has been the emphasis of past development across modeling centers. And what's the motivation for NOAA of splitting S2S into two systems? Well, currently it is two systems already. Well, it's actually like 8 systems. But what we use for medium range is half a dozen different models doing forecasts out to 2 weeks. We really never had any system that was really sort of dedicated to the 3 to 4 week problem. And then we had the climate forecast system, which was really beyond sort of a year or so. And so kind of this whole subseasonal to seasonal was a little bit of a gap in the NOAA forecast systems for a while. So to close that gap, effectively what we're doing is we're moving the medium range forecasts out to 4 weeks, and then we're going to bring in this subseasonal forecast system. They're both going to be in the same frame, and in the end, they may end up using the same physics and the same initialization techniques. But at this stage, we don't want to say commit to that. So, I mean, I think the original goal in the unified forecast system was the same model, die-core, physics, DA, running at short range, medium range, subseasonal to seasonal, etc. But I think the reality is that sometimes that may be one bridge too far. And so let's at least reduce 5 models that are doing the same forecast horizon to 1, so we can put most of our, we can consolidate effort, and then see what can we start to unify a little bit more across a couple of these different timescales. So hopefully that answered the question.
Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any here. Not online. Okay. So with only 1 hour delay, we can go to Kristina. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. Hello, good afternoon. I think I need to wait until the screen is free. Yeah. Okay. Take that. Oops. Like this. Do you see the right one? One moment.
We don't see the presentation bar.
Okay. So then let's try the
Yep.
This one. So then we go for the PDF. Anzeige. Control.
Yep.
Okay. So good afternoon. My last talk is a bit more focused on the on the forecasting techniques at DWD for climate predictions we have. And that's hopefully not too long to not to extend the delay too long. So at DWD we have seasonal forecasting and also decadal forecasting techniques. And primarily we of course perform global climate forecasts with a global dynamically coupled model system. For seasonal purposes, this already has the name of the German climate forecast system. And for our users in Germany, who want to have high resolution data, that we additionally downscale variables via statistical way, and I will explain this as well. So this talk will be much more on the technology or the software behind all this climate forecasting and especially seasonal forecasting. So since DWD was primarily dedicated to numerical weather forecasting, once we decided to step into the climate forecast stuff, we had to go for seek support at Max Planck Institute and University of Hamburg. And firstly, we employed their climate prediction model, which was well known for climate projections. So that's why we have, but here we have a full Earth system model with the land and ocean and even biogeochemical stuff, and also carbon cycle and anything that is needed for really climate projections. But this provides us also with the necessary boundary conditions or lateral conditions if we go further in the future, as Dave already explained. So then we need to take into account solar irradiance change or greenhouse gas conditions, which we detect for a certain scenario here. So currently we still employing MPI ESM with ECHAM on roughly 0.9 degrees. So in Europe we are about here at 70 kilometers grid distance, and we have a very high vertical top at around 80 kilometers. So the land model also includes a runoff model. We have this is coupled to the ocean with an hourly exchange, and we have here of course the CS model. We don't use the output from the geobiochemical model. Yes, and this has worked so far quite well. And we will even update this kind of version within the next year. But after this, MPI ESM will really be retreated, so and can be laid down, and we will go forward with ICON, which is already in use for weather forecasts and is also now under development for the seasonal and decadal system. So we expect that we will, of course, have very first simulations in this year and in the next years, but we will not be operationally before 2025 with any climate predictions, I would say. Just to give you an idea of what this means, we have to apply, of course, we have to apply the MPI ESM as a Earth system model, but we need for climate prediction to take place, we need assimilation, because we do not just start from any historical conditions, but we want to know the state of the climate system. So for this, we have to do some data assimilation. So far, we use just nudging for the atmosphere and as well for the ocean. So we nudge the divergence, vorticity, and temperature and surface pressure in the atmosphere, and temperature, salinity, and sea ice concentration in the ocean. For this, we use both ERA5 and ORA-S5. And this we do for the reforecasts. And also we do this for the real-time forecast every month. We use then ERA5T and also near real-time ORA-S5. The ensemble is generated out of, in the atmosphere, we disturb slightly the uppermost diffusion, the diffusion at the uppermost model level, and we use spread vectors in the ocean to span the range of uncertainty. And there's a really special thing, I'm sure this has been mentioned today already, the distinguish climate predictions from weather prediction is that we need to do reforecasts. For this, we have reforecast starting in 1990 until 2019, going by to 30 members. And if we go for real-time forecasts, with this version, we are operational since 2020, and we use 50 members here. And just further explanation to how this works. Why do we use the hindcasts? Because they give us the model climate, because for each example May, we have to do this every month, or if we do this every month, then we have to do this 12 times a year. And we have to start then in the 1990 and until 2019, doing 6 months forecast, or however long you want to go, maybe 12 months or so, but you have to do this every year. And in this way, you create your model climate. And based on this whole several thousand years of data, you can also do your model evaluation and your scores. So you know in advance how good or how bad you are when you do your forecast. And further on, if you go for the ensemble forecast, for instance, in May, then you will know what you want to know from a seasonal forecast is you want to know some anomalies. So from the current state of the climate. Also, this is why you need to have the model climate from your May hindcasts, and you just subtract them from your current forecast, and then you will see the range of ensemble solutions, ensemble forecasts that will span and that will deviate from the climate mean. By the way, this is our summer prediction taken from our website. Tomorrow you will hear more about from Helmut. Here we have a probabilistic prediction for temperature, and we combined, this plot is quite a bit heavy to understand, we combined the probability of the most likely tercile with the prediction skill. So the larger the dots are, the more we trust the system to have some predictable skill. And you see here that for June to August and July to September, you see, of course, that we have very much warming in especially in the tropics, especially because of El Nino developing, but also over land as well. So of course this is quite a coarse resolution. It's maybe well suited for a lot of purposes, but for instance, hydro impact modelers or other people want to have higher resolution. And for this, we use a statistical downscaling method, as this gives us a much more cheaper and faster data on the higher resolution. So for this, we need, of course, our global model as input, but we also need a high resolution local database. So because that's the one we need to have, and also we need reanalysis for the full globe, and maybe possibly the as long as possible. Because using this reanalysis, we look for statistical relationships between the mesoscale circulation and local weather and special variables. And based on these statistical relations, we create analog cases of the observational data set. So for this, together with this statistical relationship, we also create a synthetic time series. Again, we have several components here. We take into account the long-term trend, so also that we have global warming included. We also include short-term variability and the climatology at a daily basis. And with this, we start a weather generator, and then we get out a consistent time series in space and time on a high-resolution grid. And this is multivariate. And here you see the paper that's written by Frank Kreinkamp. Again, why statistical downscaling? Why not dynamical downscaling? Because we still think it's a waste of HPC cost to do the dynamical downscaling, because you also have to do the full hindcast set. And also based on the current skill we have, it's much more resource efficient to go for the statistical downscaling. We also have a low bias with respect to observations, and it's consistent. And we do not degrade the forecast skill, so the forecast skill is maintained. It's not improved, but it is maintained. There are also some drawbacks, because, of course, if you go for any statistical downscaling, you can only represent in your forecast already observed events. So because the statistics cannot invent any new events. So that's what distinguishes the dynamical model from a statistical model. And of course, we have only selected variables according what the high resolution data set is providing us. So that's why if we ask for 100-meter winds, we need to have a 100-meter wind observation on high resolution, for instance. But for this, regional reanalysis are quite helpful if they already provide such 100-meter winds. Also by constructions, we have in the statistical downscaling daily values. And this depends on the current algorithm of episodes, and will maybe extended in future into a daily cycle. And other approaches like machine learning would help us as well to go for for more continuous time series in this respect. Yeah. Also here, of course, we provide the current summer prediction based on the episodes. So we have here a higher grid resolution, so then we can zoom into Germany. Again, this is a probabilistic prediction for temperature. And then we have here different regions where we have skill based on our evaluation in the past. And we see more or less always warming dots, maybe not that's with maybe only 55% of the ensemble voting for a warm tercile, but still there are regions where the majority of the ensemble votes for this upper tercile. But it's also difficult for the ensemble. We are not always skillful in giving a higher or lower terciles, but we are more successful in predicting the higher or the lower terciles than we are in predicting just the normal climate, I have to say. Okay, I think that's already from my side. And if you have more questions about the seasonal forecast on C3S, then there will be Anka tomorrow. And if you want to know anything about DWD's forecast, then you can ask Helmut tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, let's thank all the speakers again. Wish everyone a good evening or a good day in the US, and we can head over to the US. And I don't know, Chris, if you want to explain again where that is.
Yeah, it's within walking distance, so we can just walk out that way. I reckon we just meet outside maybe in 5 minutes time and then go from there.